Are we back? Is it back? Oh, we are back. Okay. Well, it fully shut it off, so... That didn't work. I'm so fucking annoyed.
Stop threatening no police. Do your homework before you threaten a police officer with the word kill.
Just refreshed, which is the worst company on the planet.
Unbelievable.
Yes, the chat is now no longer delayed, but it doesn't fucking matter because it hit a hard reset on the stream. There's nothing, I don't know what this says about me personally, about my personality, but there is nothing I fucking despise more than shit breaking completely outside of my control. You know what I mean? There is literally nothing I can do here, okay? If you can't see the stream, refresh. Like, and this is going to knock out like 30,000 fucking people who are boomers who watch me for fucking uninterrupted news broadcasts who just don't know how to, they don't know what to fucking do. So they're just gonna be like, all right, well, I guess the stream ended. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's so fucking annoying. The fact that Twitch just entirely and irreparably fucks the viewership if you have any sort of technical issue that requires the stream refresh is so fucked. I know. Fucking live stream software, live stream broadcast. The app says you're not live. It's fucking stupid. You're showing as offline and I straight up can't get your stream on mobile. It shows will stream instead. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on with this stupid fucking platform, dude? Fix the fucking platform, Twitch. Fuck. Oh my Lord. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Oh. It's so fucking annoying. What's up, dude? Dumbest fucking website on the planet. It's literally, it has one functionality, and that is live streams. It doesn't have a VOD capability that's appropriate. There's no way to fucking literally even reset VODs. There's no way to fucking edit VODs. There's no way to rewind VODs. The one thing that it's supposed to do, it still can't do well. Okay? The one thing that this stupid fucking website is primarily tasked with is literally just live streaming. That's it. Okay? But there is no physical way, there is no physical fucking way for the stupid fucking live streaming website to unironically continue a live stream uninterrupted when there are technical issues happening without a hard cut of the fucking VOD, and then it literally kicks you off. Like, it kicks every single person that's viewing the fucking broadcast physically off the broadcast. They're like, nope, get out of here. Please leave. Please don't fucking watch any longer because this stream is over. In the process of, like, they have a service. They have a software. They have a new thing that they added called disconnect protection. Okay? The disconnect protection that they actually have on the goddamn stupid fucking website is supposed to literally go, okay, you can do a hard cut for 90 seconds. Okay? Disconnect protection is supposed to go on for 90 seconds. If you are offline for 90 whole seconds, the website is not supposed to automatically kick you off. But of course, the one fucking there's a lot of issues with Twitch, and I understand that there are a lot of fucking issues with Twitch. I get it. There's some valid, very hard to solve issues. But this is the one fucking thing. What is a PA going to do? You got to start multi-streaming on YouTube or hire a PA? What is a PA going to do, chatter? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is a PA supposed to do? Go to the Twitch headquarters and fix it? This is a problem entirely outside of my control. There is literally nothing I can do. And I feel so helpless about it. And that's precisely why I'm so fucking mad. Okay? There's nothing that anyone here could do. There's nothing that even individual engineers at Twitch can do. The only thing they can do is maybe try and add another fucking setting to Twitch that hopefully won't shit the bed. Ugh. Anyway, the reason why the delays were occurring was some IRL toolkit issue. But in order to fucking fix it, they had to do a hard cut and hard reset. And the disconnect protection literally fucking cut after 15 seconds instead of the 90 seconds that's supposed to happen. And because we came back in like 16 seconds instead of the 15 that is allowed, I guess, or some reason why the disconnect slate just cut in 15 seconds. It just completely shut down the VOD, made the fucking channel offline. Anyway, whatever. This is irrelevant to all of you. You don't give a shit because you're just in here to be like, newsman, talk about the news, newsman. I know. It doesn't matter what my fucking personal feelings are about the goddamn website that I'm on. And I'll just get back to the fucking news as newsman.
Take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night, they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines, we had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon?
Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 100
These are
gifted.
paid insurrectionists or agitators.
Valiza, thank you for the 5
you can call it
gifted.
whatever you want.
And
we
the
ended
Gavagus,
it,
thank you
and
for the
we
10
have in
gifted.
custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, you know.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns.
Yeah. Also, once again, the dudes in the fucking ICE cars kidnapping that guy's community members and his neighbors, that's fine. That's, of course, we need to do that. How dare you try to disrupt, dude? How fucking dare you? Those people were destined to be political pawns, right? Those people were destined to be political fucking pawns that will have their lives ripped apart by an authoritarian, psychotic fucking government that is simply using them as though they are... Sorry, there's mic noise, I know. Ugh, so fucking annoying. Wait, don't tell me it's
curious for
effing
your reaction to
again.
that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You could speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good, they're great people. But
Like, do you approve of Trump's new YouGov poll? Do you approve of Trump's handling of deportations? Disapprove 50%, approve 39%. That number is still high. Part of the reason why that number is still high is because the mass deportations have only happened in a limited fashion, and it's mostly just like impacting, you know, right now the biggest version of these mass deportations is happening in Los Angeles. Wait till it happens in fucking Arkansas, okay? They are already working to vastly increase the deportations. The Trump administration is planning a major increase of deportations to Guantanamo, including citizens of Britain, France, and other allies. Officials said they are unlikely to inform the foreigners' home governments about the transfers. Once this starts going to Nebraska, once it starts happening, it's happening apparently today in Phoenix, is what people were saying. People are saying that it's going to start happening in Nebraska this week as well. Okay? I promise you, when it comes to your fucking neighborhood, you will not like it. Because so many people, unfortunately, are just utterly delusional about the harm that this kind of shit does. Okay? So many people are completely delusional about what mass deportations look like and what the negative consequences of mass deportations look like until it happens to them. That's it. Until it happens to their neighborhood, until it happens to their neighbor, until it happens to their loved one. That's why you have so many Latino people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. I mean, they're obviously a small part of the puzzle, but it was because they truly believed the insane message from the Trump administration. And why shouldn't they believe the insane message from the Trump administration when the Democrats were also in agreement with the Trump administration that there were some immigrants that constituted a national security threat? Just in, protesters swarmed a law enforcement vehicle in Nebraska during a massive immigration raid at Glen Valley Foods near Omaha. The crowd tried to block federal agents from leaving after they reportedly detained over 100 undocumented immigrants in one of the largest single-site arrests this year. Tensions are rising across the country as protests erupt everywhere.
Oh, hell no. This is, oh my God.
Chinga tu migra.
Fucking migra. record this.
Get back. Get back.
Hey, that was a
Get
pee.
back. Get back.
That was a pee. Fucking Miguel. Fuck you guys. Fuck guys.
Is he trying to pop the tire?
He broke this.
I'll break it more, bitch.
Which one?
I'll break it more, bitch. I'll break it more. Hell no. Fuck you. No.
Leave it. He didn't do nothing. Just leave it.
The biggest fear that these guys have is mass resistance. There's, 10 people, 20 people resisting. Okay. If there is 1,000 people that are out there swarming, they are forced to fucking release the people that they are apprehending because they can't get out of that situation. And the Trump administration does not want that to happen. That's the reason why they want to deploy the military. They want to deploy the military so that they can conduct these operations, conduct these mass kidnappings with an even greater use of force than even ICE. It is completely unacceptable, especially because you have to realize why they're doing this, right? It's additionally unacceptable when you realize that the reason why they're doing this is not for any sort of discernible good reason. They have designed a expertly crafted and very racist lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for all the crimes and all the awful shit that's happening in American society. This is a lie. Okay? It's a very productive lie for those in power, though. Because when regular ass Americans also feel like the reason why their living standards are worse than they were maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and get angry about those living standards, they have two options. Either they actually get mad at the system that has been designed this way, that's actually harming them and reducing their living standards and removing all semblance of hope from them ever reaching this American dream that they thought they would get. Upward social mobility, maybe being able to own a home, all this stuff. If they were to realize that it's actually those in positions of power that are responsible for this, then it's really terrifying for the federal government. It's really terrifying for the existing hierarchy. So, right-wing reactionary forces will take that anger, will take that resentment, and redirect it back to some of the most vulnerable and some of the most defenseless parts of the population. And they happen to be the undocumented migrants that comprise a massive chunk of the labor force in this country. People that have been fucked over relentlessly. People that work tirelessly for a crumb of the profits that they generate for our bosses, for our capital owners. They deserve so much more. They deserve all the world. They deserve the proper paperwork. They deserve to live in this country as they have already. They deserve to live in this country free of this kind of torment. So in an effort, as material conditions worsen, as contradictions worsen, in an effort to appease the reactionary right, to make it seem like they're doing this good job, that they are actually following through on this racist agenda for all of the very loud minority racists that demand this, that openly say on Twitter, I voted for this, thank God, when they see images of fucking brown laborers like running away from a fucking job site and they're like, I cheer this on, this is good. That's who they're doing this for. They're doing this for those guys. They're not doing this for, and they're not even actually helping those guys. That's the crazy part. This is simply to make them at least feel like there is movement happening, to appease their racialized, hysterical fantasies that this country has been destroyed by brown people existing amongst them. It's leaning into their spite. It's leaning into the spite of the anger and resentment that at most like 25 to 30% of the population exhibits. It is crazy. If they were going after these like supposed rugged criminals, they wouldn't be going to the fucking courthouses. They wouldn't be going to places of business. These are the people they know. These are the people that ICE already has proper documentation on. The people that they track the movements of, because those very same people are collaborating with ICE or collaborating with the federal government, cooperating with the federal government. How do they know there's an undocumented migrant working at a work site? Oh, that's right. Because that undocumented migrant that is awaiting their court date to become a documented citizen, okay, is working there with the proper authorization with a tax ID that goes back to the fucking IRS. ICE is getting that information from the IRS because remember, they lie and say that immigrants are actually lazy or immigrants are actually fucking not working or immigrants are actually stealing our subsidies or stealing our welfare state or whatever. They're not even able to use the amenities of the welfare state while they actually pay into said welfare state through their labor. They pay taxes. And the IRS knows exactly where they're at any given moment. And ICE is getting this information from the IRS. Is there evidence for this? Do you think I'm making this up? Yes, of course there's evidence for this. The Internal Revenue Service finalized a memorandum of understanding with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on April 7, 2025 to share sensitive taxpayer information to aid in deportation efforts. This agreement permits ICE to do the following: confirm the names, addresses, and tax data for individuals facing final orders of removal or under federal criminal investigation, including investigations for failing to leave the country after 90 days. So what ends up happening here is that instead of offering them the proper documentation and paperwork to continue working in the country, what the immigration courts in cooperation with the federal government and their needs will decide that that you are no longer eligible to remain in the country, okay, unceremoniously for no cause whatsoever, because it corresponds to the anti-immigrant white nativist agenda that this administration has designed. So they just go, sorry, you're not allowed anymore. You've been here for 10 years. You've been here for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. You have actually cooperated with ICE the entire time. But sorry, now you're done. This is how it works. So these aren't the rugged criminals. These are the people who perhaps naively think that the federal government is not going to fuck them over because they're tax-paying workers that have the proper authorization to work. This unprecedented agreement represents a drastic shift away from IRS's longstanding commitment to taxpayer privacy. Taxpayer information is strictly confidential, with IRS privacy laws only permitting information sharing with law enforcement authorities in very specific and narrow circumstances to help in certain criminal investigations. Acting IRS Commissioner Melanie Cross, who was appointed by President Trump earlier in 2025, resigned in protest over the signed agreement. Other top IRS officials, including Chief Privacy Officer Kathleen Walters and Chief Privacy Officer Teresa Hunter, also resigned over concerns that the MOU likely violates taxpayer privacy law. The MOU primarily dictates how ICE agents will request the information and handle the data provided to them by the IRS. According to terms of the MOU, this new data sharing allows ICE to make a request for a taxpayer's name, address, and taxable periods for which the return of information pertains, while providing IRS with the federal criminal statute being investigated and an explanation of why disclosure of this information is important to their investigation. After the IRS receives this request from ICE, they will match it with the administrative data, and if they find that the information is relevant to the investigation, the IRS will verify the information such as name and addresses. Parts of the agreement are redacted, preventing the public from fully knowing the agreement's scope. Again, these are taxpayers. They are tax-paying migrant workers awaiting their proper authorization and full clearance. for naturalization or at least like a legal permanent residency status. Okay? They are in the country. They have an ongoing court case with immigration authorities. Many of you are fortunate enough to have been born on U.S. soil, myself included. It is a tremendous privilege that we all have. So we don't understand the delicate and complicated nature of this process. A lot of people are automatically considered illegal immigrants or illegal aliens, if you want to fucking call it that, like the administration does, because the administration chooses to now decide they are illegally on U.S. soil. This is precisely the reason why I always say the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented one is just simply the push of a button. It's just paperwork. It's just proper documentation and proper clearance. A lot of these people that they're talking about, the overwhelming majority of these people that they're talking about, are actually here working, paying taxes, and have the proper clearance. Until the administration decides we are going to send a message that we don't want any fucking black or brown people in this country. Fuck them. Okay. And we're going to shed the population of as many people as we can with whatever kind of ridiculous paperwork that we can throw in their direction. The reason why ICE raids have escalated in the last week is because Stephen Miller gave another directive to Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security, and said, we want 5x the number of deportations. 5x. They have quotas. These people are not being removed in a lawful manner because they are rugged criminals. They are being removed from U.S. soil after living here for fucking decades at times, who are often married to an American citizen, have U.S. citizen children that were born here, that only know America as their home, and they're being removed from U.S. soil and potentially being sent to a slave labor colony because there is a quota that has been enforced by the most rabid, virulent racist, Stephen Miller. That's the only reason. Here, Stephen Miller told ICE agents to target Home Depot, where day laborers typically gather, or 7-Eleven. He bet he and a handful of agents could go on the streets of D.C. and arrest 30 people right away. Who here thinks they can do it? Miller asked, asking for a show of hands. Agents didn't need to develop target lists of immigrants suspected of being in the U.S. illegally, a long-standing practice, Miller said. Instead, he directed them to target Home Depot, where day laborers typically gather for hire, or 7-Eleven. Convenience stores. Miller bet that he and a handful of agents could go out on the streets of Washington, D.C. and arrest 30 people right away. ICE agents appeared to follow Miller's tip and conducted an immigration sweep Friday at the Home Depot in predominantly Latino neighborhood of Westlake in Los Angeles, helping set off a weekend of protests around Los Angeles County, including at the Federal Detention Center in the city's downtown. On Saturday, Trump ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to Southern California despite objections from Governor Gavin Newsom. Those people that they're fucking sweeping. This is what I mean when I say a dragnet, by the way, because here's what they do. Okay. Here's the other technique. They know exactly how many migrants, both the migrants that have a removal order on them that they just got out of nowhere because the courts wanted to fucking, the courts are also obviously working in unison with the administration. Immigrant courts are not a third party that is completely removed from the administration. They are working in unison with the executive office. Okay. So they will either remove the, change the court dates without informing the person. And then when they don't show up, then they have a lawful removal order, knowing full well that there are other migrants with actual, like, full-blown documentation that are working at the same work site. They go in and they grab as many fucking brown people as they can. That's literally how it works. Okay? They grab as many brown people as they can when they go into the work site. as many people as they think are illegal, as many people as they think are, looking foreign. That is what a dragnet is. And then once you are detained in that process, they try to, once again, revoke due process or do another thing that's really fucked up. This is why immigrant attorneys always say, never sign paperwork. Okay? They literally will go in. They will even arrest people who are American citizens in the process. They will detain them in the process. Okay? And they will hand out paperwork to every single person that they know is not a full-blown naturalized U.S. citizen. That paperwork is a self-deportation order. So if you sign that paperwork because you don't speak English well or because they lied to you about what the paperwork contains, which they can do legally, okay? It is not illegal for them to lie to you. That's the other side of this. That's insane. Okay? When you sign that piece of paperwork, it's over. You have signed your own self-deportation order. You signed a piece of paper that says you are going to self-deport. This is why you're not supposed to. This is why immigrant attorneys, if you have undocumented migrants in your family, tell them they should not sign any paperwork that ICE hands them, no matter what. The only piece of paper that you sign is the one that your attorney gives you. And you have still, right now, the legal right to an attorney. You can get one pro bono. When you go to your immigration court hearing, because they're supposed to take you there, you say, no, I'm not, signing any paperwork. When you stand in front of an immigration judge, you have to show why. Obviously, if the only thing you're going to say is your name and whatever, the only thing you ask for is, I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. And if you don't have money for a lawyer, then the court has to assign you a lawyer for free. Again, one of the best parts about the American criminal justice system. Okay? Not for immigration, love? No, yes, for immigration. What? Yes, for immigration as well. Yeah. If you're going to sign a piece of paper, no matter what they tell you, the only thing that you should ever sign is a piece of paper that your pro bono lawyer or the lawyer that the legal counsel that you retain to hand you that piece of paperwork. That's the only thing you should be fucking signing. Okay? This is how it works in immigration law as well, even though no, it's not only in criminal. In immigration law, you can also get a lawyer. You can also demand a lawyer. What are you guys saying? Giving advice to criminals? These people are not criminals, you fucking idiot. I got into an argument with a family member who kept saying over. Okay, whatever. They need to do it the right way. Access to counsel in immigration court. Immigrants in immigration court do not have a right to government-appointed counsel. Lack of legal representation has a profound impact on immigrants' outcomes and removal proceedings. Okay, you can still ask for a lawyer, and you can still qualify for a pro bono lawyer. Okay, you can. You can still qualify for a pro bono lawyer. All right. State doesn't appoint immigration attorney. That's conflict of interest. Only NGOs can help out. Yes, there are plenty of fucking pro bono legal services in the forms of NGOs that actually offer this work. They offer this service. They will provide you a list of pro bono lawyers. Okay? Anyway. It's so funny that people are saying that is not legal myth. You can't, if you can't afford an attorney, it will be appointed to you. Wait, what? Why can't I hear this? Where's the audio?
To an attorney. Well, Gideon established a requirement that states must provide attorneys to indigent defendants in felony cases. In a later case, the court clarified that the right to counsel applies to misdemeanor and petty offenses as well, as long as the defendant faces the possibility of incarceration. Now, the Supreme Court probably should have just stopped it right there. Unfortunately, it wasn't done tinkering with the right to counsel. Instead of adopting a simple standard like you get a lawyer if the offense could lead to jail time, the Supreme Court pulled an Avril Lavigne and couldn't help but go and make things complicated. In Scott versus Illinois, the court held that the state does not have to provide a lawyer for a misdemeanor unless in prison.
Yeah, it's true. States don't have to provide counsel if you make too much money. No, I know that, but that doesn't matter. The people that we're talking about are some of the poorest fucking people in the country. Like what undocumented immigrant that was literally fucking ripped away from a goddamn work site is not qualifying for fucking pro bono counsel anyway. And pro bono isn't a court-appointed lawyer if we're talking about immigration court. But if we're talking about specifically, you have a right to an attorney, and if you can't pay for one, like the government is supposed to provide you with one, that is for, yes, that is a public defender. That is a public defender that obviously is given to people who don't have, they don't have a lot of money to begin with. You were correct about lawyers for immigration. They give you a list of pro bono lawyers that you have to contact. Yes. Know your rights when you face ICE. 1, you do not have to open the door. ICE does not have a right to enter your home without a valid warrant signed by a judge. It has to be a judicial warrant. An administrative warrant is not enough for them to fucking open the door, okay? A lot of times they say they have an administrative warrant. When they say they have an administrative warrant, that is different from a judicial warrant. A judicial warrant is signed by a fucking judge. If they have a judicial warrant, you can ask them to slip the warrant under the door with a signature from a judge. Okay? Number 2, you can ask them to leave. If they do not have a warrant and go inside your home, you can ask them to step outside and let them know you do not consent to a search. In the workplace, ICE does not have a right to enter employee-only areas without permission. Number 3, you can stay silent. The Fifth Amendment protects the right to remain silent and not to incriminate yourself. Number 4, you do not have to share your personal information. You are not obligated to provide personal information like your immigration status, place of birth, and criminal history if asked. Anything you say or do can be used against you. You should not lie. Number 5, you do not have to sign anything or hand over documents. You do not have any obligation to sign any document without speaking to an attorney, okay? You do not, I'm repeating this again. You do not have to sign anything until you speak to an attorney, okay? Yes, I didn't get dropped off. Twitch kicked me off, and I am back. I never even went anywhere. It was for 15 seconds. Number 6, you have a right to speak to an attorney. If you are detained, you can ask to speak to your attorney. ICE does not provide attorneys, so try to consult one in advance. Okay? And then there's a list that they have of like pro bono legal counsel for immigration attorneys. Make a plan. Be prepared. The federal government can deport anyone without lawful immigration status and people with status, e.g. lawful permanent residents and visa holders with certain criminal convictions. Make sure you have copies of your important documents and keep originals in a safe place. Consult a lawyer before ICE comes to your door. Make a family plan. Identify an emergency caretaker for your children. Memorize at least one emergency phone number. Know who your elected officials are. Consider keeping a signed DHS privacy waiver in a safe place so they can advocate for your own behalf. Notice it does not mention the right to have counsel appointed for you. That's the distinction you're missing here. I love you, bro, but there's a difference between having a right to have an attorney. Yeah, I'm wrong. I understand that. The court does not have a legal responsibility to appoint you to a lawyer, but you do still have a right to retain legal counsel. And there are a shit ton of pro bono immigration attorneys that can do that legal counsel work for you. Okay? Yes, that is the distinction you're missing here. I love you, bro, but there's a difference in having a right to an attorney, which means you have them present for your case for you and perhaps even appear in your stead, and the right to having an attorney appointed for you and paid for by the state. Chatters in here were saying the courts do not actually provide this information. Like, there is no, bro, so hurt to be wrong. Wait, what? No, dude, I'm not hurt to be wrong. I was responding to the chatters that were saying, no, you do not have any fucking opportunity to get legal counsel whatsoever for free. They're spreading fucking dangerous misinformation. People that were claiming in the chat that there's no, you're getting one guy, boss. I know the people are so fucking stupid because this is incredibly important information. Especially the fact that you should not sign anything. Okay, you should not sign anything unless your lawyer hands it to you, unless you're retained pro bono or paid for legal counsel hands it to you. This is an incredibly important part of this process, specifically because, as I said already, they literally will give migrants that are either awaiting their court date or migrants that are authorized to work on U.S. soil a piece of paperwork that is in English, even if they know that the person doesn't speak English, especially when they know the person doesn't speak English or doesn't speak English very well. They hand them a fucking piece of paper that quite literally is a self-deportation note. And when you sign that, not knowing what you're signing, you end up signing your own deportation. You're offering the government clearance to deport you legally. Jesus. Anyway. Clip from CNN reporter at the protest.
Press. He's press. He's with me. He's with me. He's with me. He's with me. He's with me.
I have my verification right here. He doesn't come through. You do. Sir. Credential. I have to go with you. Okay, go.
Huh. I wonder why they wouldn't let him through. Interesting. I can't seem to figure out why they would let the lady through and the cameraman through, but not that guy.
Are you grabbing me?
No, I didn't touch you. So wait, okay.
I need you guys to go over there.
So it's, you can see, Jake, it's a little chaotic. So what they're trying to do is...
You guys gotta keep walking.
We're going to keep walking. We're going to keep walking. And then I want you to take a look over here. Police. Press. He's press. He's with me.
Peter Griffin paper bag test? Yeah. Live look. Crowd in downtown LA for the 5th day of anti-ICE protests. Oh shit, they're bunching up around the freeway. And of course cops are instantly fucking mobilized.
I don't know if that's CHP or it looks like LAPD. I just want to make sure. It should be. Yeah, they're LAPD. No, California Highway Patrol. Yeah, that's their dark uniforms. Okay.
What if you can't read? Someone undocumented I know can't read in English or Spanish. That's why I said don't fucking sign anything. I know. Hasanabi is correct about forcing migrants to sign documents in English. They did it to workers of the meat plants in Omaha today. ICE raid rocks Nebraska meatpacking plant. Protesters clash with law enforcement. Okay. We e-verify every single employee. That process is apparently no good. The federal agents told us the system is broken even though employees are e-verified. They raided the Glen Valley Foods plant based on ongoing criminal investigation into large-scale employment of aliens without authorization to work in the United States. The worksite enforcement operation is likely the largest to take place in Nebraska. Oh, the other side that I was going to mention, the other thing, like I said, is when they do these dragnets, they grab everybody, even if you have the proper paperwork, even if you're literally an American citizen, but you just fucking look Hispanic, right? And there are some other people that get grabbed. All it takes is for one person. They're claiming that they're going after one individual. All it takes is for a judge to say this one individual is no longer authorized to be here. They don't have to have a criminal warrant or anything like that, okay? They just say, this migrant worker that previously had authorization to work in the United States, that was literally paying taxes, no longer can work in the United States. They are done, okay? We've revoked their status. ICE will go to the facility not to enforce a deportation order on one singular person. They go to the facility with a fuck ton more people. Why would they do that if they're actually enforcing the lawful removal of one singular person? It's because their goal is to grab as many people as possible, okay? Their goal is to grab as many people as possible, even some Americans along the way. It doesn't, they'll release the Americans, at least for now, right? But every single other person that is an authorized migrant worker in that facility will then also get fucking deported. They're called collateral arrests, okay? They are called collateral arrests. So when they're in the process of enforcing a lawful deportation order, even if that lawful deportation order is not so lawful when you look into it, okay? Not because like the person committed a crime or anything, they will engage in what is known as a collateral arrest. That means that they are basically fucking arresting every single person and then fixing the books after the fact. And the reason why they do this collateral detainment and subsequent deportation is because they want to get the fucking quotas. That's it. And they do a bunch of comically evil shit as well, like truly heinous. ICE releases Honduran mother who was detained in Aurora for months after DoorDash delivery arrest. Carla Medina, who has won her asylum case, is reunited with her family. Carla Medina was released from the immigration detention facility in Aurora on Monday, almost 8 months after the Honduran mother of two was first detained while attempting to deliver a DoorDash order to Buckley Space Force Base. They order fucking delivery, and then they apprehend the person in the process of delivery because they suspect her of being undocumented. Although she and her family first sought asylum in the United States in 2023, with Medina specifically saying that she feared domestic violence and threats made by her ex-partner in Honduras, she was still locked away for 8 months. That, by the way, happened under the Biden administration. Just so you know. That didn't happen under the Trump administration. That initially happened under the Biden administration. Before you say, this would not be happening. "50 minutes into the stream, no, my stream shut off and restarted." When you see Tom Homan on television and you're like, what is this fucking monstrosity? What is this Baron Harkonnen type? Like, where did this fucking freak come from? He was first introduced and appointed to ICE or to the Department of Homeland Security by Barack Obama, okay? Make no fucking mistake. He is Obama's creation, chat. Just so you understand, when people say like, oh, dude, CBP, sorry, Customs and Border Patrol. Well, that's under DHS. But anyway. Border Patrol of the Texas border drive around neighborhoods in unmarked cars with Tamaulipas license plates. Tamaulipas license plates. The whole honey trap tactic they use at legitimate and legal USCIS appointments is so fucking sinister, completely eroding trust in the actual legal system they claim to want people to use. Why would anyone ever go to a USCIS appointment ever again? They've ruined the concept for generations to come. And I say this as someone who doesn't even agree with the need to do it the right way. Yeah. No, it's just like, in order to fucking enforce these quotas, they are literally going after the people that are the most likely to cooperate with the authorities. Like, this is another thing that I keep stressing. You were saying about approval rating once ICE raids begin carried out in red states. Yeah, I mean, once they start fucking packing up their neighbors in like Nebraska and shit, you'll see they won't like it either. I'm telling you, man, people like, dude, you got Mexican Americans in fucking California that voted for Donald Trump thinking like, oh, it's not going to harm my family. It's not going to fuck my neighborhood up. Those are all good people. They believe the lies told by the administration. And why shouldn't they believe the lies told by the administration that there is like an insane number of criminal migrants out there, but there's also a healthy number of non-criminal immigrants out there, and the non-criminal immigrants are not going to be touched. This was such a common trope that we heard throughout the election cycle. Why do we hear this? Part of it was because even the Democrats also said, yeah, the Republicans are fucking right. The Republicans are right. There is a real problem with migration. There's a real problem. Immigrants do constitute a national security threat. There needs to be more militancy directed against these criminal migrants. Instead of tackling the issue at its faulty premise, the notion that immigrants actually are doing a shit ton of crimes and getting away with it, they decided to lean into said faulty premise. Okay? This caused everyone to go, all right, I guess that's happening. Everyone's saying it. Might as well believe it. I mean, guys, I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, I drew comparisons to abortion, which is a major issue at the time and still is a major issue. People wanted to criminalize abortion until abortion was no longer unconditionally and constitutionally protected, at which point they realized, oops, maybe this is not the best fucking idea. Oh, here's the sexy man. Remember the videos we watched during the immigrants are eating cats and dogs thing where half the people were like, wait, that's too, it's much worse with them gone. Anyway, just fucking lies everywhere. Let's see what Bernie had to say after his disastrous tweet yesterday.
Take a moment to address what's going on in Los Angeles right now. Let's be clear. Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines in California is not about the protests. It is not about ICE, and it's really not about immigration. It's about using extremely dubious legal authority to expand his never-ending grasp for more power and his effort to move this country toward authoritarianism. This is a president, as you all know, who has usurped the constitutional responsibilities of Congress. He has threatened to impeach judges who rule against his policies. He has and is suing media for coverage that criticizes him. He has extorted money from law firms that have represented his opponents, and he is withholding funds from universities for teaching courses he doesn't like. In terms of what's happening in Los Angeles, let us understand that in our federalist form of government, local, state, federal, it is the governor of a state who deploys the National Guard, not the President of the United States. Trump's argument for his deployment of the troops is absurd and laughable. Does anyone really believe that we are in the midst of a foreign invasion or a rebellion against the United States? That, believe it or not, is his legal argument. Let's take stock of what Trump has done here. He has conducted massive illegal raids. He has provoked a counter response, and then he has called in the troops. That is how an authoritarian rules. In this unprecedented moment in modern American history, it is imperative that all of us, no matter what our political views may be, stand together against the president who has little respect for the rule of law or our Constitution.
I wish he would have just said this. I wish he just said this yesterday. Like, he got outflanked by Kamala, dude. If Kamala is outflanking you, you're cooked. You're totally and utterly cooked. This was my response to Bernie's initial tweet where he's like, Dr. King defeated racist government officials and ended segregation through disciplined, nonviolent resistance. Defeating Trumpism, oligarchy, and authoritarianism requires that same level of discipline. Violent protests are counterproductive and play right into Trump's playbook. This is liberalism through and through. Like, the notion, you don't ever have to hand it to the right, man. You don't ever have to capitulate to right-wing framing. When you even invoke violent protests, when you even mention that the protests are even a little bit violent, you are not actually reaching out to the reasonable moderates or something. You are simply giving more ammunition. You're simply giving more ammunition to the right at a time when they are looking for any reason to create a ridiculous and illegal response. I responded to him saying, you were literally there at the nonviolent protest that everyone considered to be violent and unpopular, so I have no idea what this statement does other than lean into the hysteria that gives Trump enough momentum to mobilize the Marines on U.S. soil illegally. Trump doesn't need Bernie Sanders' go ahead to claim that the fucking protests are violent. But there is no reason to give him that at all. I plan to lead another nonviolent march tomorrow. This is the way that the media presented Martin Luther King's nonviolent protests. Because nonviolent and civil acts of disobedience, when met with police force, still look as though they are violent instances of chaos to the onlookers. Okay? It's always the police and their escalation of violence that ends up making things more chaotic. And I also followed up by doing this and showing that plenty of people were unfavorable to the entire fucking civil rights struggle, especially white respondents at in 1966. 85% of white people hated the demonstrations by black people in 1966. Yes, I cover the cop shooting the dude directly in the groin. What does police brutality have to do with the looting that they're doing? What does the looting have to do with the actual fucking protests? Answer the question, bitch. Are you talking to me or are you talking to the other chatter? Are there gonna be fucking opportunists? Of course. Of course there are. What does that have to do with the protests? I do find it very funny that people will just be like, oh man, I was just about to fucking join in. I was just about to join in on these protests, but then I saw people looting and, you know, can't do it anymore. Oh, I was just around the corner. You know, I was driving up to the protest to join because I think it's unconscionable that people are just getting blackbagged and shipped overseas for no real reason, for no good reason whatsoever. But then I saw that they burned Waymos and it's like, well, you know, can't do it. Oh, I was just about to go and protest side by side to defend my own fucking community. But then I saw that they're not waving American flags or there isn't a sufficient number of American flags. So I just had to turn the car around, you know? I don't know how this happened, but somewhere along the line, the media and all of these institutions ended up successfully causing onlookers and people that are in the margins, people that are in the periphery, to genuinely place the interests of property over the interests of human fucking beings. But the reason why you even care about property damage is because of its impact on human beings to begin with. You're like, well, these are random innocent people. Like, they didn't deserve to have their storefront crashed into. They didn't deserve to have their shit stolen. Now they're going to incur a financial penalty for no reason, right? That's the reason why you care about property damage. That's the reason why you should care about property damage. And it's so interesting that people literally take it one step further and they go, no, I only care about property damage. I don't give a fuck about humans. Like I said, the greatest example is from earlier today when that when the immigrant store owner was talking about how his storefront was broken into, and people that get mad at that would literally not even feel a moment of remorse if ICE had actually blackbagged that guy. It makes no fucking sense. What's worse for that family? Having the father ripped away from them and shipped off to a slave colony with no due process, or the fucking storefront being broken into, you know? That's when libs hit you with the, well, two wrongs don't make a right. No, one is a much, much larger degree of wrong. It's like the same brain broken response from liberals to like Israel doing a genocide and then them hyper focusing on the fucking Houthis trying to present a militant response to said genocide, where they're like, well, the Houthis, they stopped ships from going through the Red Sea. They stopped commerce from flowing through the Red Sea. How dare they? It's like, okay, dude, Israel's doing a fucking genocide, though. Like, what do you mean? Like, one is a significantly larger evil that warrants an immediate response. Shock moment. Face-off between anti-ICE demonstrator and LAPD leads to physical confrontation. That's crazy. Okay, that's definitely a vet. He's just tanking it. He's just tanking it. They're just peppering his ass. Oh, fucking Christ. As soon as he turned his back and started walking away, that's when they fucking pounced. God, they're such pussies, dude. God, I fucking hate the police so much. Oh my God, they're such animals. They are such fucking animals, dude. What a way to frame it, by the way. Face-off between anti-ICE demonstrator and LAPD leads to physical confrontation. Who fucking did the physical confrontation? The guy's just standing there. He's not even looking at the cop. The cop fucking pushes him with a baton. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, look at the people around him. There's a dude behind him, like a child behind him, carrying water for the protesters, to give out water to the protesters. Does this look like an immediate fucking dangerous presence? He even had an American flag, guys. Clearly a fucking vet. Clearly a fucking veteran. Had an American flag in tow. He's got it all. Like, I'm sorry. If this guy is walking like this, okay, if a guy that looks like this in broad daylight is walking comfortably around you, there is nothing going on that warrants this fucking insane response. Okay? That's a grown-ass man with a tote bag walking around the streets of fucking downtown Los Angeles. Clearly, there is nothing that warrants this degree of escalated use of force. Like, what are you? This is why I kept pointing to, like, the children, okay? When we were down there, we just kept showing you, like, kids on bikes and stuff, like little kids. There were kids that looked like they were 12, okay, that were running around, and cops were just fucking deploying tear gas into crowds with children in them. Hits him again. They keep shooting him. He tanks it. The other protesters are like, dude, stop. He walks around. He walks quietly, and instantly the two pigs rush him as soon as he fucking turned his back. That jewelry store was not looted by protesters. It's over in fucking Lakewood, way fucking south of Paramount. Local news be lying. Wait, that jewelry store wasn't in downtown Los Angeles? What are you talking about? It was in downtown LA.
Senator Fetterman said that your party loses the moral high ground when you guys refuse to condemn the violence that you were seeing in LA. What do you say to Senator Fetterman?
I mean, I think we should absolutely condemn the violence of ripping apart families, of ICE breaking the law.
Excellent. That's a certified classic Hasanabi style misdirection. Okay. When someone goes like, oh, you support terrorism, and you go, I don't support Israel. What are you talking about? Israel is a terrorist entity, and I don't support that terrorism. Perfect. No notes. Great. Great. Oh, John Fetterman condemns the violence of the protests. Do you condemn the violence? Yes, I condemn the violence of ICE ripping apart families. Yes, I think it's unimaginable. It's unique. It's cruel. It's unjustifiable violence. I see you know your judo, madam. What's the crime? Wanting to consume a succulent Chinese meal? Get your hands off my penis. I think people need to fucking judo chop this shit more frequently. Like, I'm serious. Politicians should be fucking doing this judo flip every time, dude. Flip the fucking faulty premise directly back at the person asking the question. Because it's not even incorrect to say that. It's like, okay, yeah, cars burned down. It's fucked up. I agree, you know? It's dangerous. Dangerous for the protesters. All right? But you know what's fucking way more aggressively violent? The federal government going after people in courtrooms, dude.
And I think we should absolutely condemn the violence of ripping apart families, of ICE breaking the law, of them going into elementary schools and churches and raiding workplaces. And I absolutely condemn ICE's consistently illegal activity and the fact that they are they're also rounding up U.S. citizens and also documented people who are here legally with no regard for the court system and judicial injunctions. And I think that if Senator Fetterman or anybody else is concerned with law and order, we should be looking at one of the most law-breaking agencies and administrations that we've seen in the United States. We also have a convicted felon in the White House as well.
Guys, John Fetterman saying that is also extra spicy and extra insane because Fetterman's wife was undocumented. John Fetterman's wife was undocumented. Here's John Fetterman, February 27, 2022. Proud as always to be with the Steel City Stonewall Democrats this afternoon. She's a U.S. citizen now, but she used to be undocumented. Okay? John Fetterman is on the record defending migrants in this country on a million different occasions. Okay?
We should have learned the lesson back in 2020. Absolutely, there was righteous outrage over what happened to George Floyd, but that never means that you can support or be quiet if there's destruction or rioting and destroying and looting and those kinds of things. We should have learned the lesson back in 2020.
What is this? RXK nephew John Fetterman?
Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I'll take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope, we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stink. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman.
That was bars. This was fire. RXK nephew. Felix talked this into existence. I'm moving like John Fetterman, 60 mile per hour over the speed limit, watching live leak videos while yelling at my wife over the phone. First rapper to diss John Fetterman. Nev, drop a whole Bossa Nova album. 100 mil to Israel like Fetterman. 100 on the highway swerving like Fetterman. Neff out here single-handedly reshaping the Pennsylvania political landscape. What? Live Los Angeles, 28 U.S. Marines pulling up on black Ford Raptor trucks. Helicopters landed. What? 28. After 6 months of war, much of Gaza is reduced to rubble. Violence good. Violence bad. This is what the inspiration was? Is that what it is? The inspiration post. RXK nephew. This was on May 5th. This is before the song came out, right? Oh my God. I hate when John Fetterman controls my thoughts. Look at this new hoodie I just bought. Another 20 million from the Israel lobby. I hope my son cry when he finds my body. I'm the worst member in the Democrat Party. Killing my son at my son's birthday party. I love my wife because she's real tall. 2 million Arab kids. We bombing them all. Wifey talking about why you vote like that. Grab the wheel and make us crash. Fetterman rearranged her back. She needs perks all the time. My ops in the waiting room, reading time. She said, babe, calm down. You got delusions. I said, bitch, you're the prosecution. First job at 38, I was mayor of Braddock. Kid's birthday party lighted up like Stephen Paddock. Oh my God. If you're not in the know, for what they are referencing here, a lot of these bars, every single one of these fake bars is actually maybe a slight exaggeration of real-time events. Bro, people in LA shooting live rounds. Wait, what? No, cops are deploying tear gas. They're not shooting live rounds. What the fuck? Wait, what?
people safe here in this county, working with law enforcement, whether it's local law enforcement or even federal law enforcement. We're going to work as a team to keep people safe. And again, as you pointed out, the number of bad actors proportionally are very small, but they have huge impact in the city. We're going to go after the bad actors, whether they get arrested in the last 4 days, whether they get arrested in the weeks or months to come. The advantage we have is that this is being filmed at probably a record level. We have more social media video of who is doing these bad acts than probably any other time in Los Angeles County history. So we're coming after the bad actors while still protecting the legitimate protesters.
All right, District Attorney, I very much appreciate your time. I thank you.
That's such bullshit. They are not protecting the legitimate protesters. Cops on the ground make no distinction between protester, press, National Lawyers Guild, legal monitors, people who are distributing aid, field medics. They literally shoot them all. Okay. They do not care. As a matter of fact, I feel like they shoot so frequently at every single person that it almost feels as though, what the fuck is happening here, by the way? This is crazy. It feels as though, oh my God, they're actually going to do a curfew. Oh my Lord.
Biggest decision to make in this breaking news moment, and that is whether she will impose a curfew on this specific area of Los Angeles tonight. It's a crucial decision. She's going to be with us in just a couple of moments.
To understand the world.
If they do a curfew, maybe we'll go out. I feel like given that we are technically pressed. Oh, they're fucking arresting every single person, huh? Is that what's going on? They just like completely boxed them in.
Visible to the officers, which is always what you want to do under any situation.
What are they saying? Okay.
There's this law enforcement presence because you don't want to make the officers uncomfortable. You don't want to have your hands in your pockets because they don't know what you're reaching for. So if you could just keep your hands within their line of sight, that's the best thing you can do. And at this point, it appears that everyone here is doing just that.
So I guess they're doing mass arrests now for protesters. This is the result of kettling. They'll now single each one out and surround them and shove an arrest. No, I know. Yeah, they just point to people in the crowd.
Yeah, they will be collected, and eventually, when these people do get released, they can try to get their items back. So I don't see anything in terms of like very small children or pets. Oftentimes, that does happen in these situations. So then that would require, bringing
HSI pointing a rifle with lethal rounds.
Watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view,
all adults, from what I can see, except for those two teenagers that we saw walk away. But any other little items that they leave behind will be collected by officers. And
wait. That's a fucking real ass weapon, dude. That's not like a fake gun. That's not like a less lethal or less lethal round. That's just pointing a fucking straight up AR into a crowd. What the fuck?
When a van moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd,
Bro, this is on camera. What is happening?
goes forward and tries to get closer to the federal building, and of course the vans get things. What is he doing? Okay, I don't know what this gentleman here is doing, but
and that's
what was that?
This is on a
that's
rooftop?
an actual rifle. No, it's on a
that's what I
elevated platform, and that federal agent is pointing a rifle at somebody. That's
the guy in the yellow, I guess.
Yeah,
These two guys,
and you can see they're.
Bro, the dude in the yellow is taunting a motherfucker with a M4. That is, dude, that is crazy.
They're kind of taunting each other. You saw that federal law enforcement agent, wave his hands like, let's go, let's go. And that guy in the yellow doing the same thing. I mean, something escalated quickly to point, lethal munitions at that.
What? Dude, I fucking hate the goddamn media, bro. The escalation is coming from the hopped up psychopath with a fucking M4 that he's pointing at the motherfucking civilian, dude. The motherfucking unarmed civilian. Are you insane? The escalation is not coming from the ground. Media, figure it the fuck out. They're taunting each other. Like the asymmetry that I am experiencing, that I am seeing with my own two eyes is glaringly obvious. It is very strange. It is very strange to me that despite that asymmetry, the media is like, well, they're fucking taunting one another after recognizing that that's an M4, that's lethal rounds.
Person, that was intense there for a second. So I don't know what the conflict was with that person in the yellow, but that federal agent with the rifle there was not having it. There's some fireworks now that we see going off too.
Maybe that's what that was about. But that can get even more dangerous when you're actually. We actually witnessed this. We saw him. You say that's a lethal weapon.
Yeah,
Mike,
yes,
that's an
absolutely.
actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
You can see the provocation happening right here, and then
There's some more tear gas.
yeah.
And now what we've seen, we haven't seen it here, but what we saw a lot yesterday is the tear gas would get thrown and the protesters would grab it and throw it back at the law enforcement officers. That happened to CHP a lot yesterday when they were trying to regain control over the freeway. So, but that hasn't happened here. Hopefully they'll, de-escalate this a little bit, but this guy on the left here, that agent on the left with the lethal, weapon there, was not having whatever was going on.
No, it was pointed right at that guy.
Yeah, and see, look, he's, waving him over.
You wonder if those guys have on masks. When I say those guys, the agitators.
See, there he goes again, pointing it at him.
You think the problem here is the quote unquote agitators with masks? That's you take issue with protesters wearing masks and not the mask wearing federal law enforcement agents who are brandishing and training their sights on American citizens. I assume when she says the mask wearing agitator, she means the law enforcement, right? Am I living in like upside down world? What the fuck is happening? Is this bizarro world? Is this the alternative universe that we exist in where it's like up is down, wrong is right? Because without commentary, if you play this out on mute, this back and forth here, you're like, oh my God, a federal law enforcement agency officer who is masked is literally aiming a lethal weapon, an M4, directly at a Los Angeles citizen.
So I couldn't tell if that agitator did. I mean, you certainly law enforcement does. That's been kind of the name of the game for them, and that's something that they say they need to do to protect themselves and their identities. A lot of the protesters did, and I don't, John, if we can see that guy.
Oh,
in
this
yellow,
is
I don't know if
Santa
he's got one
Ana.
on.
Yeah, this is in Santa Ana. This is not downtown. Well, regardless, it's fucking insane. Like, what are the things that take precedent over human beings' lives at this point? Police feelings, police getting hit with like half-empty water bottles, like police getting hit with any water at all, police being spooked by loud noises.
urge on this area is there are so many different groups of protesters. You have the group that ran onto the 101 freeway, then you have this group here, and then on the far intersection near that VA building that Mark just talked about, there's another group there. Now, most of them were taken into custody with that dispersal order. We saw them drive away in the LAPD buses just a short time ago. I also just want to show you this on-ramp to the 101 freeway. There's even more California Highway Patrol there that are just at the ready in case something happens. In many respects, Jamie, we're just gonna have to move for a second. There's a car. Back up. In many respects, they have been essentially keeping that on-ramp to the freeway closed, so protesters couldn't go on there. But as you saw just a short time ago, they were able to access another entrance to the 101 freeway. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Josh, if you could clarify, you were
happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right?
Filthy pigs just pegged a single woman trying to get home at nearly point blank range.
I want us to focus on this guy right there. Look at him. Trigger happy as fuck. So I just showed you him, right? Look at that. Oh, what's passing by? Where's our money going, right? Where are our tax dollars going, right? Right? Yeah. So we've got trigger happy fucking bitch over here. Look at. They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move. Watch, if they shoot her. Holy fuck.
Protecting and serving the interests of citizens right there.
Come here. Sit down. Where'd it get you? Really, fuck off. She's not doing anything. Come on. We're moving, assholes. Ooh, you got it. Hang on.
Can they just do it like that? Pop their ass good. I hope your mother gets popped in the ass good in the same way when she's just walking down the fucking street in a lawful manner. Maybe then you'll understand. Dumb fuck. How can you look at the situation and be so fucking cruel? Hey, see, it's a lawful response, right? Yeah, maybe you'll understand when it happens to you or your mom, okay?
Out of their sight. Here, I got some supplies in my bag. Sit down.
First of all, less lethals are not supposed to be directed at people's body, okay? The appropriate usage of less lethals is literally the ground. They're not supposed to be directed at someone's body. They're also not supposed to be used point blank. They're not supposed to be used at that distance at all. That motherfucker literally hit the person. No ricochet. Straight up, directly hit that person. Less lethals are lethal at close distances. Less lethals are still lethal at close distances. Less lethals can still be lethal if shot directly at the body.
They shot her. Yeah, point blank. I literally just got it on video. They're gonna shoot. We're moving! Stop! She's injured! Come on, we gotta get across the street. Come on, we gotta go across the street. Where are you going? I live here. Okay.
So-called less lethal weapons like those that have been used against demonstrators in Los Angeles can cause severe lasting harm like nerve or brain damage or blindness. They can also kill. Police employed military-style tactics on demonstrators, including using tear gas, flash grenades, and pepper spray projectiles, except that's not correct. Because as far as I understand, tear gas is literally illegal to deploy in combat. Also super sick because these dumb fucks won't get charged, but she won't be able to succeed civilly against them due to qualified immunity. Fuck cops and fuck the system. Yeah, it is a chemical weapon and considered a war crime under the Geneva Convention. These types of health effects and injuries can vary depending on the weapon being used. Tear gas and pepper spray types of chemical irritants can cause tearing, pain, and burning of the eyes, skin irritation, sore throat, sneezing, coughing, and vomiting. Long-term effects are less common but can include asthma, wheezing, loss of vision, and even nerve or brain damage. These problems can occur if people are exposed to a large amount of these chemicals or they are sprayed in a closed space. 2014 study by the U.S. military has also found that exposure to tear gas and pepper spray make people vulnerable to respiratory infections in the week following exposure compared with the week before exposure.
Come on. I just literally shot her point blank. No, she's not okay. Yeah, try right here, and let me just look at it, unless you want to go inside. Holy fuck, you guys. Okay. Watch your legs, officers! Here.
That have been detained here on Alameda, in addition to the people who were detained on Commercial Street. Yeah, this is Alameda, so it is closed. It's been closed for multiple days. Unheard of that Alameda would be closed for so long. It's such a big street here through the area.
Those huge bangs that you heard were most likely flashbangs.
Actually on the overpass here. This is the Alameda Street overpass for the 101 freeway. So again, even though the freeway has reopened, I can only imagine that if you're driving through and you're seeing these large groups of people overhead, you can't help but to slow down and take a look, and that is what is contributing to some of the delays here on the freeway. But again, Alameda Street here at the 101 freeway.
No, it's not fireworks, man. Also, contrary to fucking whatever the media might suggest, fireworks are a greater danger to the person that's actually lighting them on fire rather than the direction it's launched in, as opposed to, I mean, I guess depending on the type of firework, as opposed to a flashbang grenade or tear gas is infinitely more dangerous than a firework. Lies? You think tear gas or fucking flashbang grenades, like incendiary explosive devices, are not more dangerous than like a fucking Roman candle? What are you talking about? Come on, fireworks are literal bombs. Stop lying. Yes, they're literal bombs that are more dangerous to the person that's lighting the fucking fuse. Flashbangs, on the other hand, are deployed as an incendiary explosive, which is created specifically so that it doesn't explode when you're tossing it. Flashbangs are literal bombs. You're comparing like Roman candles and shit, or sparklers that people have, to a literal grenade. The most dangerous point of a fucking firework is at the point of lighting it on fire. My point is that if you have an issue with fucking like Roman candles and sparklers and shit, okay, if you consider that to be a risk, then you should be losing your fucking mind about tear gas. Just like if you think closing off roads is really fucked up and unjustifiable, you should be losing your mind at the road closures that police implement. Because when citizens do road closures, they're doing it to protest against the government. When cops do road closures, they're doing it to create a staging ground to beat the fuck out of citizens. The press, legal representatives, field medics, nurses, teachers, the elderly. Destroying your own community while waving a flag for the country you don't want to go back to. ISIS is horrible. I don't agree with them, but what is this solving? Why are you such a fucking coward, dude? Why are you such a goddamn pussy? Okay? Why are you such a fucking pussy? You ginormous bitch. Just say it with your fucking chest. You don't give a fuck about what ICE is doing. Because if you gave a fuck about what ICE was doing, you would understand that that is infinitely worse overall than people waving a fucking flag of their heritage. You don't give a fuck. What is this? What is this moral posturing? Who are you trying to fool? Are you trying to fool yourself? Are you saying to yourself that maybe if I say these words out loud, the 48,000 people that are in this community will also believe me? That I do care about the people that are being fucking kidnapped? You don't. Like, and then you make shit up. You're like, Molotov cocktails being thrown at the police is such a bad look. I agree with the protests, but the optics are horrible. Why can't people protest without destroying their community? The cops are the ones destroying the fucking community, jackass. And they're doing it with our fucking taxpayer dollars. We fund them. We give them their salaries, their pension program. We give them the fucking weapons that they train on us. How the fuck do you not understand that? The thing that he's saying was a Molotov cocktail was literally a fucking tear gas canister that didn't deploy properly and is incendiary, so it fucking lit on fire, and the guy kicked it over in the direction of the cops away from the fucking dry brush and the buildings, and then got his ass beat and stomped on. Also, this was a very funny thing that took place as well. The New York Post reporter shot in the forehead with rubber bullets while covering the LA riots. Now, obviously, it's not funny to shoot a fucking New York Post reporter in the head. That's not the funny part. The funny part is New York Post, literally an article prior to this, okay, had coverage over another fucking protester getting shot point blank. And the comments and New York Post's own commentary on it was hilarious. They're like, oh, it's so funny. It's so funny that like the cops are actually shooting these fucking little freaks. And then they covered this story when their own fucking reporter got shot in the fucking forehead. They had to shut off the comments on that one. I wonder why they had to shut off the comments on their own fucking article when it was their own reporter that got shot in the head. Wow, it feels like the cops don't make a distinction between who's a protester, who's actually doing violent acts, or who's a protester who's simply protesting, or even who's a fucking member of the press. Interesting. Even then, they don't fucking say who shot them. It's obvious who shot them. You see it in the fucking sights. Look. Is no one going to talk about the fact that that was one hell of a shot? There are laws against targeting press. Former police officer, never once was I taught shoot the press during my riot control class. Just FYI for y'all. If anyone had any doubt that the Australian reported, this should make it obvious. They're targeting the press. Freedom of press is a right, not a privilege. That shot was crazy, not going to lie. He even caught the fucking sniper glare on his camera. Like, that's crazy. You should make a Substack or something to consolidate arguments and sources in one place. Yeah, it's called My Stream. Makes the scope glint you were seeing yesterday even more scary. Yeah, I will tell you right now, when you see the fucking scope glint, it's terrifying. And I saw it on multiple occasions with the fucking Los Angeles Sheriff's Department freaks at the front line, and then also with the federal agents that were above the building. The lens flare or whatever the fuck it's called.
Thank you.
Representatives are now being indicted for anti-ICE behavior. The Democrat Party impeached Trump because he delayed weapon shipments to Ukraine by a day, but not over him sending U.S. military troops onto the streets of Los Angeles to put down anti-ICE protests. I mean, it's not wrong. Obviously, the real reason why they fucking impeached him is because he was doing something unconstitutional, which is to use previously ordained weapons transfers that the Congress had approved in an effort to get dirt on his like upcoming political opponent, which is still fucked up and worthy of impeachment. Make no mistake. It's so crazy that when you look at that in the rearview mirror, by the way, it seems like it was a lifetime ago and no one even thinks about that shit. Yeah, watching the KABC live stream in Los Angeles, and it looks like the cops just shot a photographer that was filming on a roof. It's a cop riot, dude. It's a fucking cop riot. LAPD gives order to disperse.
This is the part of the large group that actually rushed the freeway earlier. They've been walking around, milling around after CHP formed a skirmish line to push them off of the freeway, the 101 on the right side of your screen. Traffic just reopening up, but the delays have quickly dissipated. At one point, the backup was going all the way back to Santa Monica Boulevard. Things are moving nicely now, but several dozen people being placed in zip ties and onto a bus where they will be given a citation. You can see LAPD with a skirmish line on the other side there. And if we go all the way up over towards Aliso and Alameda, you can see a larger group. This was a group that obeyed the initial dispersal order in front of the federal building. They moved away from the federal building, but now they're blocking traffic on the overpass over the 101 freeway.
By the way, I called this earlier today. National Guard troops are now protecting ICE agents as they make arrests in LA. I told you. They're going to say that ICE agents are federal law enforcement officers, which is true, they are, and that it is necessary for ICE agents to be protected. That's why they deployed the National Guard, so that they have extra arms and extra hands when they're doing these additional arrests. I think it's crazy. That is even more dangerous because what if these fucking guys actually end up, troops providing security for ICE in LA. What if these guys, when there's like any sort of response, any sort of fucking reaction to this provocation, They have lethal weapons, chat. Look. Like, this isn't riot control, okay? This isn't like crowd control. This isn't like... these are M4s. They got lethal weapons. LA is full of dangerous criminals, but not a single cop has been shot. I'd love to see how they justify this. I mean, there is no justification. It doesn't matter. People were ready to complain about fucking Mexican flags, dude. You think people who are complaining about Mexican flags give a shit about anything? Anything at all? Yeah, they're fucking all the people that they arrested, they're putting on buses. They're going to detain them for a day and then release them, obviously. But this was a process that was conducted by Joe Brandon, famously, and his administration against pro-Palestine demonstrators. It is a measure that these people, that the law enforcement takes on specifically to create a chilling effect on speech and demonstrations. The reason why they're doing this is because they're saying basically, hey, we have the power to arrest you. We have the power to detain you. We have the power to fucking book you. And even if we release you the next day, it's over for the day. And you'll think twice before demonstrating again. What? Marines are reportedly refusing to take orders? No, I don't fucking believe that shit. That seems so... Dude, really? Really, Shockwave Streams? Jordan Allen Bailey, Catholic, married, father of 7, registered nurse, Irish, lover of Guinness and Irish whiskey. This is your source? Like you sitting at home, you're right, chatter. I'm famously not participating in these demonstrations at all. Every single day that I go out, these motherfuckers are like, he's LARPing. Also, if he's not LARPing, he's actually on the front lines. Okay, then he should be arrested. Now that I'm covering it from the... now that I'm covering it from home today so far, could still potentially go out to it. They're like, oh, classic. Sitting at home, fucking asshole. It's interesting because it's like when I go out, when Marsh and I go out, we are extra careful not to fucking do anything that could provoke a response from law enforcement. And we don't do anything illegal. It's all on the fucking record. It's all on camera. I'm on camera the entire fucking time.
That police are starting to
but
gain
that
a
doesn't
handle
stop
on it,
cops from shooting
and
at me.
Maybe indicates to people who are intent on causing problems that there will be consequences for them. Would you say that might be a part of this, the reason that they're so able and quick about taking people into custody today?
Mark, this is all about optics. I've been thinking this for the last 72 hours, and it's become more and more obvious that the optics here are really the priority for all of these different agencies, our local departments, again, the higher ranks all the way up to the politicians. It's very apparent that they are in place and ready to take action to avoid some of the ugliest pictures that have been coming out in the overnight hours and earlier over the weekend. I will say, just as a raw fact, the number of protesters out on the street this afternoon, including the group here, including the group at the federal building, including the folks that even rushed the freeway, they are far outnumbered by the number of law enforcement that are out here this afternoon. I would say for every protester out here, there's probably about a half a dozen. And so that just kind of gives you an idea of the ratio, law enforcement to protester. They are far outnumbered by law enforcement.
Certainly, Chris, thank you.
Usually it's the other way around, right? Normally we're talking about how law enforcement is so overpowered and outnumbered. It is the exact opposite today.
Yeah, and after 5 days of demonstrations in this area, you would imagine, too, just the law enforcement response, not only the numbers, but just the organization for knowing which areas, which streets, and how to best control this crowd. That kind of increases every day that they've been out there. So that's certainly good news as things hopefully remain peaceful. We do want to get now to Josh Haskell, who's been
For people saying this is how they break people's will to protest, it doesn't work that way. This kind of reaction and retaliation only invites more. This kind of provocation only invites more of a response. The only thing that's stopping from large crowds from going out and taking to the streets right now is that it's a fucking work day. That's it. This is exactly what happened with the fucking pro-Palestinian demonstrations too. The only reason why they stopped is because of summer. Saturday is going to be a fucking major media day as well.
The officers in those vehicles are over at that crowd of protesters who ran onto the 101 freeway and blocked traffic. But as Mark, Michelle, and Chris, you guys were just talking about, all day today, the California Highway Patrol has been stationed at every exit and entrance, even if we show you over there in the distance. That's more California Highway Patrol just waiting for something like this to happen. But I want to set the scene of where we're at. Most of the protests that we've seen today.
Chatters, yes, they will throw out the fucking charges for all the people that were arrested. They usually always do that. It's not about like actually keeping them in holding. Okay? It's not about keeping them in holding. It's about actually getting them to stop protesting for the day. That's the point.
Obey that dispersal order. About 40 to 50 of them were taken into custody. This crowd remains, and this is what we're dealing with right now. It's not a large crowd. It's been peaceful for the most part, but I can tell you that different people are coming from all sorts of directions, and I want to show you.
Yeah, I should maybe worry about the optics of kidnapping children, but I'm told optics are only for people protesting the kidnapping of children. Breaking. Federal agents in plainclothes and unmarked cars tried to snatch first graders from LA elementary schools, told staff that they had parental consent. They lied. When pressed, they hid their IDs. Department of Homeland Security admits they sent them. This was a test run for a police state. Think about how fucking insane that is.
After an unusual and disturbing visit, several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter
Bro, they try to kidnap children, okay? They try to kidnap school children, like first graders and shit. What are we talking about, man? Yeah, the pedophile-ruled U.S. government is kidnapping children in broad daylight, but the deep state Republicans don't have a problem with it because the one doing it is a pedophile they like. And also, a lot of them are also pedophiles themselves. Pedocon is a theory only as far as like the theory of gravity is a theory. Okay? Pedocon is a reality. These motherfuckers are all pedophiles, dude. Republicans, the overwhelming majority. Holy fuck. Every single Republican politician. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. How many of them have to be outed as sex pests and pedophiles? It has already started. The protests are starting all around the country, in New York as well. By Saturday, this shit is going to be a biblical sized protest because all the liberals are going to come out on Saturday as well. These are the people that are out on the streets right now. They're people just like you. They're nurses, they're teachers, they're doctors. We saw people from all different walks of life on the protests when we were out there. Okay. But also on Saturday, there is a libbed up version of the protest. So that is going to bring all of the wine moms, the Deborahs, the Barbaras, the Hanks, everyone and their mothers are going to be out. We will also be out, obviously.
Decision coming any moment. Clear that the mayor of Los Angeles supports it. We've got live pictures of protesters in New York and Chicago filling the streets. In fact, new video just into out front of a car in Chicago moving through a protest. It appeared to push a few.
This happened yesterday as well. We filmed this in LA
Sign
too.
holders there in the protest in Chicago before then speeding away. So unclear exactly what we were seeing there. Also, large protests underway in New York City, protesting Trump's deportations and the use of ICE officers with those ICE raids. Shimon Prokupez is out front in New York City. Whitney Wild is out front in Chicago. I want to begin, though, with you, Shimon, in New York. And what are you seeing there?
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time. This protest has stretched for blocks from each side of the avenues, from 6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding signs saying ICE out of New York City. We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen the Palestinian flag, and really just a convergence of different issues and different concerns that people here in New York City have. Also,
my worry is that there's going to be counter protesters. There's immediately in New York, there's counter protesters. This reminds me of that one fucking kid who in New York, there were a bunch of people who were protesting outside of an ICE facility in New York. And this kid walked up to them and started talking to them about fucking Palestine and shit. And the guys were like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is an ICE facility. We're protesting fucking ICE kidnappings. And he's like, I don't know. I saw people with keffiyehs. So I got excited. And of course, there they are, the counter protesters. The optics of different flags, man. The optics of foreign flags. Fucking loser. Please join us. Thank you, Donna Andrea, for making a flyer and arranging. Counter protest. There's only one solution. Deportation revolution. Oh, God, they're so fucking lame. They're so goddamn lame. And urge the removal of non-citizens. Amazing community note. Representative Jordan has an Israeli flag outside of his office door. This is a message, not a flag. No, that's not a foreign flag, man. That's another state. That's like having a state flag, you know? Jim Jordan's simply putting his own, what the fuck?
Like they were doing specific drills on crowd control. President Trump sent them yesterday to help the California National Guard with the LA protests. Eyewitness News reporter Rob McMillan live in Seal Beach with more on
Oh my God, the dumbest fucking crayon eating hogs, dude. Oh my Lord, it is so fucked. Curfew decision in 30 minutes. I think in order for me, I looked it up. While we were in the process of looking at the curfew situation, I looked it up. I have to have a LAPD press pass potentially, and I can still get arrested even if I haven't for violating the curfew. If I were to go to the area, she's most likely going to put forward a limited curfew in certain parts of downtown Los Angeles. I'm trying to see how I can get potentially credentialed. Okay. It's not worth the slop. It's not slop. Do you know who coined the term Burger Reich? Yeah, me. I did. Why? Are other people outside of this community finally fucking using it? No, I don't think Matt Christman said Burger Reich. Wait, was it Matt Christman? Did Matt Christman also say it? No, I think he said something different. No, Matt Christman coined treatlerites and the treats theory. He might have been, to be fair. I mean, he's brilliant. He's infinitely smarter than me. Yeah, Matt Christman came up with the grill pill. He came up with CNN talking about military ICE raids.
It's different than the items that Mr. Miller talked about there perfectly, which kind of outlined that sort of dealing with the protests and having the National Guard and local law enforcement, state and local, deal with those individuals and those that are causing harm to be arrested. That is separate than having military officers, service members integrated into domestic enforcement operations. ICE operations, it's not like playing Call of Duty, and it is nothing like the sort of the capabilities that the Marine Corps, which would bring to the table, and the sort of lethality and the sort of capability and sort of the tactics and techniques, sort of integrating military forces into domestic immigration operations against those that had legal status here a few weeks ago that are non-criminals is extremely dangerous, both for the communities and for the service members themselves.
You know, John, to that end, the Marines getting additional training today, despite what Secretary Hex has said that they're fully trained in this additional training. What kind of training do you think that is?
Well, what the Marine Commandant testified today was that they had been trained in de-escalation and crowd control. These are incredibly highly trained Marines, though. This is the 2nd Marine 7th Battalion. They come from 29 Palms. They are specialists in operating in desert environments, in close quarters combat. They're a rifle company. So this would be a fairly dramatic departure from the work that they did from Guadalcanal to Anbar Province.
Karen Bass is on MSNBC with Chris Hayes right now. Hasanabi head Chris Hayes is interviewing the Los Angeles mayor.
In the beginning, this was going to be gang members, violent criminals, drug dealers. And I have a hard time imagining that's who is in a Home Depot parking lot. You know, in our city, we have day labor structures where people are not just hanging out. And so they were waiting. And day laborers are people who work every single day. They seek employment day after day. They are just trying to survive. And to have them being chased through a parking lot, or to have an office be raided where the family members are calling home saying, hey, I think I'm going to be detained. And then the family shows up with small children and they watch their parents be carted off, and then they can't contact them. They don't know where they are. The people that are detained have no legal representation or no access to legal representation. And from the immigrant rights community, which is a very well developed, established community in Los Angeles, this is a serious departure from the way things were handled in the past.
The Deputy Chief of Staff of the White House, Stephen Miller, I want to say he has been talking about essentially you and the governor as guilty of essentially insurrection. He keeps using that word, and I want to read to you something he said about you. He said, Mayor again sides with the insurrection mob, tells ICE to abandon the city. Mayor Bass thinks it's shameful to defend the lives of ICE officers performing their constitutional duties, but not shameful that California spends billions subsidizing and rewarding the illegal alien invasion. What do you say to that?
No, I mean, I think it's a despicable comment. The way that our city has been characterized as hordes of migrants that have taken over our city, we're crime-ridden and civil unrest everywhere, is just a despicable characterization for the city that in 12 months is going to be hosting the World Cup. And we are a city of immigrants. There are a lot of sectors of our economy that are completely dependent on immigrant labor. Try the construction industry, where people say that 40% of the construction workers are Latino. I would venture to say that it's a lot more than that. In some areas, it's more like 90%. And so when you hit an occupation or industries like that, the childcare industry, the women who are working in homes, the gardeners who are landscaping, the small business owners who are documented or undocumented, but all of them are contributing to our economy. And so if you create a sense of terror in that sector of our city, then you are going to impact the overall quality of life and economy in our city. I was talking to someone today who said they went to their grocery store and there were shelves that were empty because the people were afraid to come to work and stock the shelves. That's the impact of having raids that are just completely unnecessary.
Since you just referenced this, I want to play you something the president said about Los Angeles. I asked you about the Stephen Miller quote, and I don't want to engage too much back and forth, but the president is directing some significant resources and rhetorical fire at your city. Here's what he had to say about Los Angeles earlier today in front of active duty troops at Fort Bragg.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible.
What do you think of that?
I have no idea where he's talking about. It is not Los Angeles. I will tell you that when I look at some of the footage of what is happening, you can get the sense that there is civil unrest happening citywide. I have to tell you that the vandalism and the protests that you are looking at is taking place in several streets, individual streets in the downtown area. It is not even all of downtown. And so to depict our entire city this way, or to characterize our city that our city is under duress is just not accurate. If you go 1 or 2 miles in either direction, you don't know that anything is happening at all. We do not need federal troops.
I'm so fucking fed up with law enforcement. I can feel my blood pressure rising. I never thought I would be in this chat supporting you, but over the last 4 months, I've been watching you a lot through people who hate you, but I found myself consistently being like, this is the most disingenuous way of interpreting your view on things. The hate watchers unironically made me a fan of yours. Hell yeah. Welcome to the fight. There are many people like you in here. Trust me. Yeah. Hate watchers, hate watchers that come in from other communities indirectly create a pipeline to my commentary because I'm so fucking consistently right about what I say is going to happen that inevitably people go, okay, well, he was right about this, and the dude who was yelling about his position was wrong. Sometimes it happens in real time, like that Hutch video that we watched, which is really funny, obviously. But usually it takes, a decent amount of time, a couple months. There were hella people at the fucking protest that were saying that too.
As Donald Trump tries to justify his use of the military, California Senator Adam Schiff responds to the president. That's next.
We've waited so long for this.
Yeah, I mean, the Marine rule of... Ken wanted me to... Hold on. By the way, chatters, Ken wanted me to post this in my community because he knows we got a lot of fans, even active duty service members potentially. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. If you know anything about the use of force cards given the troops deployed to Los Angeles, text me securely via Signal at 202-510-1268. If you know anything about the use of force cards, this is just a sample. It's just one example of the use of force cards that normally are given out. Listen. Maybe you're... Maybe you know somebody who knows somebody. I don't know. But you can send this Oh, sheriff's is the standard pass that's mostly used. Unfortunately, it takes some time for their turnaround. Here's the application. This is the LAPD one. Okay. I'm getting information on how to also fill a Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and a Los Angeles Police Department press clearance. Not that it stops. Not that it fucking stops the cops from still, you know, deploying tear gas on me or even arresting me potentially for violating a curfew, but I'm trying to make sure that we do this in the best possible way. So I'm working on getting that clearance so I can maybe navigate a little bit easier. You might want to dress differently. What are these cards for? I assume Ken suspects that... Lady Tony, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I assume Ken suspects that these are going to be handed out for rules of engagement for all of the troops that are being deployed. You know? Wear the nurse uniform. Yeah, I'm not wearing a fucking MAGA hat. Here's the other thing, by the way. Murat, don't do that. Here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. Remember that like Mormon guy, that fucking right-wing influencer? The right-wing influencer that like will go around and ask like silly ass questions to people in an effort to like belittle them and stuff. Nick Shirley, yeah, he had a not so pleasant interaction with some protesters. And he posted it. He's been going all around. He's been going all around and going on a fucking tear with this like... Yeah, here. Anti-ICE protesters in LA try to rob me and kick me out of their streets. Also, he misspelled there, just so you understand how fucking stupid he is. Now, look at the interaction that I had. Match the interaction that I had with every single person that was at these protests versus this guy.
He's a fucking white nationalist. Fuck this guy. You're not a fucking bitch.
Don't touch the camera.
Fucking bitch. I know that.
Hey.
You're a fucking bitch.
I didn't do anything.
Get the fuck out of here. I know you fucking do. You fucking white nationalist.
What's up? Well, I mean, I was around these dudes the whole day. It's just like, it's just so crazy. It's just so wild. There is obviously there's a reason for it, you know? Because these guys literally go and antagonize the protesters and try to fucking actually film people without their consent, film people doing like things that might not be legal, you know? That sort of shit. Clip chimp them IRL.
Motherfucker. I know who the fuck you are, you fucking Republican bitch.
Bro, you don't need to print. This is one of them. They're gonna get it.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fucking tell it to his fucking face. You fucking little faggot.
What did I do?
You know what the fuck you do?
What did I do?
You know you fucking antagonize people? Oh, fuck your fucking bitch ass up.
I'm not doing anything.
Get the fuck out of here. Just like the cops. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I have a right to be here just like you.
Yeah, so do we, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm not.
So why the cops here? You're a fucking cop. That's what you
I'm
fucking
not a
are.
cop.
Yeah, you are. You fucking
How am I a cop?
You want to fucking...
He's one of those Diet Tyler Oliveira types. Yeah, full video. Los Angeles is fallen. Rioters are taking over the streets. Rioters are throwing bricks at cops. Organized groups are planning attacks. All this shit.
Flag.
Mexico flags of the LA protests. Like, that's what he's doing. He's like... And also, he's getting 500 fucking likes on this shit, too. Like, he's trying to He's trying to cut as much as he can. He got into a Channel 5 interview here as well. LA protester believes the U.S. belongs to Mexico. This is our city and this was Mexico. It's correct, by the way. Yes. It used to be Mexico. That's not an incorrect statement. But of course, you don't know that, and therefore it doesn't matter. LA protesters threaten to dox law enforcement. Oh no, public servants. Yeah, also, this is his full video going into CCOT. He went into fucking El Salvador and did a puff piece for the goddamn slave camp.
And they're on the move. They did head toward the front steps there of the federal building, but then they seem to have regrouped, and now they've decided to go back north on Los Angeles and westbound on Temple. Where their final destination may be, that is unknown, or if they're just going to circle downtown here for a while. But the group is large and continues to grow. Most of the demonstrators are on foot, but we do have some people that are in a caravan behind them in vehicles, and in front of them we noticed we did have some folks on bicycles. So different forms of transportation here that are participating.
Why do you support giving Cali back to Mexico as if Spain has a claim to America? As a California resident, I unconditionally and firmly offer my full support as a legal California tax-paying, natural-born U.S. citizen resident that pays a fuck ton more in taxes than you ever will in your entire life. Believe that California should be rightfully under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum and the Morena Party. That is right. Cal exit. Hashtag Cal exit. Hashtag Claudia Sheinbaum. Hashtag my queen. That is exactly what I want. That's called democracy. Okay, we are democratically being annexed by the wonderful, glorious state of Mexico. Send in the Mexican National Guard now. Save us. Liberate us. Liberate us. Claudia Sheinbaum. I will gladly become a second-class citizen under the protectorate of Claudia Sheinbaum, and maybe even get harassed for not knowing Spanish. It's fine. I'll learn, okay? I'll go from no hablo español to yo hablo español, si hablo español. Yeah. No mama's way. Oh my God. Wait, is that the fucking guy? In Irvine, California, ICE agents drove a phalanx of military vehicles to arrest a person, though not for illegal immigration. They were seeking a resident's son who allegedly posted flyers alerting neighbors to the presence of ICE agents. Oh, I hate these fucking pieces of shit. Never seen you simp so hard. Chinga la migra. I'm also fine with turning California into a forward operating base under the protectorate of Xi Jinping. That's another thing that I'm on board with as well. If it's not Claudia Sheinbaum, then Xi Jinping also I will democratically vote for. I don't know Mandarin either, but I am willing to learn. Seeing all the smart people rush to scold us and say these massive civil rights protests are a bad idea because 2020 protesters helped Trump. Anyways, I wonder who won the election that year. There were 8 straight months of protests before the election. While they weren't necessarily to help Democrats, Biden won. The idea that the protests, which influenced public opinion in a leftward manner, helped Trump isn't only absurd, it's gaslighting to the highest degree. This is a problem with the establishment. They don't see politics as a practice of changing minds or public opinion, as something the people can lead. They want to maintain total control on opinion, keep it to the least imaginative ambition, and gaslight you for calling it out. If you disagree with the goals of the protest, say that. Don't make some meta argument about how the public will feel about the protest. You're part of the public. Stop trying to be the boss of what the public does or does not get to feel. Sick of this completely cynical shtick. Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I hate this fucking stupid ass song and dance that everybody entertains, that everybody must play, where it's like, oh, well, you know, I like the energy. I just don't like that you're protesting in a way that I don't think is the best way to protest. And like, it's not even me. I'm not even mad. I just think that other people might get mad. And it's like, no, you also don't like the protest. You don't like that there's any protest whatsoever because you would much rather behave as though you have the morally consistent pro-immigrant framework, because obviously openly recognizing that you don't have that for holy fuck, that has 38,000 likes. Bro, the tide is shifting. The tide is shifting. The tide is shifting. The tide is shifting against these fucking reactionary charlatans. I swear to God. Even on Twitter, oh my God. It was before I retweeted it. People who think protesting is bad are anti-American. It's not that they think the protesting is bad. I'm sure there's like things that they would be on board to protest, but they would probably be like modest tax cuts for small businesses or some shit. Okay? They wouldn't necessarily be, they would be modest tax cuts for small businesses. That's what they would protest for. Okay? Nothing else. That Hutch clip is peak. I know. Shouldn't everyone who cares about advocating for what they think is the best way to protest? I'm struggling to grasp the argument being made. Be okay with people protesting in less than ideal ways? Yes, that's unironically what I'm saying. Be okay with people protesting in less than ideal ways. That is precisely what I'm saying. Yes. Can I make it more clear? The reason why I say this is because if you understand the dynamic of state violence and different forms of structural violence, you understand that nothing the protesters have done so far, or nothing the protesters can really do, would ever meet the standard of violence of the state. This is precisely why there is a major asymmetry between the types of violence that the cops get to do, or the types of actions that the cops get to take, versus the protesters. The protesters are people like you. They're citizens. They're not an alien force, okay? They're citizens that come from different backgrounds, that come from different demographics, that are, you know, sometimes Mexican American, Argentinian American, Guatemalan American, okay? They're just like you. And they're protesting, which is, of course, perhaps one of the most American things that they can do. And when they are protesting overwhelmingly peacefully, the alternative on the other side, the escalation, almost always comes from the police. The police are the ones who deliberately provoke, deliberately anger. So if you ask this question like, oh, why are people not talking about the best ways to protest? There are good ways to protest. Okay? Setting up mutual aid. Ensuring that people have proper protective gear. Masks. Okay? Ear protection. Eye protection in the form of goggles, and distributing said necessary items to the protesters. All of that stuff is fantastic, and that is appropriate in terms of talking about like how to best protest. Criticizing the protesters waving Mexican flags is not an appropriate criticism of the protest at all. Hyper-focusing on the limited amount of violence in response to the provocations from the cops, and violence that is marginal and that would never reach the standard of the state, are ridiculous criticisms of the protest, oftentimes dished out by people who have no interest in the protest whatsoever, but instead, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was just confused by what people think is constructive criticism / equals you don't really care, you know? Yeah, I don't care. And I'm very open about not caring about this. Because once again, people make a mountain out of a molehill out of the tiny infractions that happen in a decentralized grassroots movement that is an uncontrollable force for the most part. Okay? Meanwhile, you have a systematized form of violence in policing, in riot control, in what they consider to be crowd control. Okay? That is directed violence at the taxpayers who pay their salaries, who pay their fucking weapons, who pay for their gear. That is not the best use of funds whatsoever. So when there is spontaneous bouts of retaliation, or when someone goes in and does something that I think is not good at all and dangerous, like burning a fucking Waymo in the middle of a crowded street, I'm not going to focus on that too much. Because ultimately, I think I would be incredibly hypocritical to hyper-focus on a fucking burned Waymo when literally 100 meters away from that burned Waymo are people being burned with chemical weapons that are being deployed on them by the police force. That, I think, is infinitely more damaging than the bottom line of Google-owned Waymo. Okay? Yes, the best response to people pointing out imperfect protesting would be to point out that the police are shooting people in the head with rubber bullets. That's why I always redirect people's attention back to who actually is the real vector of harm here. Okay? Like, people talk about civilians stopping traffic for a short period of time in an effort to protest against ICE kidnapping their neighbors. Okay? ICE kidnapping their neighbors is the inflection point. It is an unjustifiable act of violence, serialized, systematized, and legalized by the state. It, of course, invites a reaction. It provokes people. It's understandable reaction to unjustifiable detentions. Okay? Now, in the process of that reaction, the police also block traffic for a lot longer than the citizens do. They block traffic for the rest of the night, as a matter of fact. And the reasons for why they block traffic is very different. Citizens block traffic to protest, okay, in a peaceful manner. It's a nuisance, sure, but it's ultimately a peaceful demonstration. Police block traffic to create a staging ground so that they can use said staging ground to continue brutalizing the citizens. But people never actually get mad about the police breaking shit or the police actually stopping traffic. Okay? That's it. If you care about property damage, there are plenty of instances where cops are fucking deploying incendiary explosive devices in a crowded neighborhood, lighting shit on fire. Okay? Yeah, this protest is very safe, lol. This protest is very safe, actually. Like, it has been. Most protests are. The overwhelming majority of protests are safe until cops decide to escalate. Because people don't operate with violent intention. They don't want to fight cops. Cops have gear. Cops have lethal weapons. Cops have less lethal weapons that they actively use. They have chemical weapons they use on crowds as a mechanism of dispersal. Why the fuck would anybody do that? You think people just have a death wish? No. People only do that because they're there and the cops use it on them, and then they understandably get angry and throw things back at the fucking riot police in response. Oftentimes it's just a bottle of water, which is nothing, right? It's nothing. When you got fucking full tilt, like you got armor on, a bottle of water is nothing. Sometimes it might even be a fucking rock. But if you get angry at a bottle of water being thrown at cops, then you should be unimaginably angry. Unimaginably angry at the unconscionable violence that's coming from cops that are armed, that are heavily militarized, that are throwing incendiary explosive devices into a crowd of unarmed people. They shoot you with rubber bullets and pepper bags from a distance that could easily kill you. Think about that. This is the reason why I don't spend a crazy amount of time hyper focusing on, policing the protesters, because I think that is ultimately frivolous, it's ultimately unproductive, and it's most often deployed by people who have no interest in supporting these protesters whatsoever and are simply looking for a moral out to say, yeah, I was with the cause until I saw them wave non-American flags, or yeah, I was with the cause until I saw them, I don't know, fucking one guy in a crowd of like thousands throw a fucking water bottle at a cop. But I also think that the violence that came before and after that is totally fucking valid when it's coming from the police. People only see protests through the lens of cops being the good guys holding order in retaliation of Western states, mainly the US and EU. Just imagine this. Not even the EU. Americans love watching French protest videos where dudes will just straight up duke it out in hand-to-hand combat with police. But when I once famously said, the more violence that you can do in self-defense to police, the more civilized the country is, people clipped that and lost their minds over it. The more you can engage in self-defense, the more there's parity between a police officer and a regular citizen, the more modern and the more civil a society truly is. Americans literally lose their minds at hearing that. That when they hear that, they go, what the fuck are you saying? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's not even in their, it's not even something that they can comprehend. The average American unironically believes that if a police officer's feelings are hurt, they should be able to kill you on the spot. It's crazy to me. They're people, right? Aren't they supposed to be people? They're not like a naturally occurring phenomena. Fucking gray bars again. I need to fix these alerts, man. I might have to revamp my whole shtick. Do a full-blown overhaul. Ironically, LA has officially will enact curfew for parts of downtown Los Angeles, according to CNN. Even though I'm literally watching CNN right now and I don't see them saying that there will be a curfew. Yeah, what's funny about this, of course, is that it is the exact same sentiment behind the Second Amendment, which is why Republicans who believe in the Second Amendment, my Second Amendment is there to protect the First, that type of shit, are also the biggest bootlickers ever known to man. They just want to have their fucking toys. They want to have their toys and they want to be able to use it on like unsuspecting individuals who actually didn't do any crimes whatsoever, but simply were a nuisance to them. That's it. They're fucking LARPers. They're fetishists. The average unarmed protester, the average queer English major unarmed protester with a septum ring and purple hair in Los Angeles that's out in the streets right now getting fucking peppered and getting tear gassed is infinitely braver than the biggest fucking Navy gravy seal, okay? The most like hopped up on steroids gravy seal motherfucker with arsenal of weapons. That person's got no protection. And they're still out there, non-binary, being all queer and purple-haired and with a septum ring and duking it out with the fucking cops with no protection whatsoever. Go ahead. Tell me that person is tell me that person isn't brave. Anyway. Does that mean that you like the wokes now? I mean, if we're being fucking honest about it, there's never been a moment where woke went away. I've been keeping it very much alive here. People seemingly never let me live that down. What the fuck? Oh, remove paywall. LA police counter protesters. As LA police counter protesters, Trump doubles National Guard deployment. Officials contrast legitimate LA protesters with those looking for an opportunity to create chaos. 11 minutes ago. Wait, where's the... What we're seeing in Los Angeles goes far beyond Trump's calls for deporting criminals as a step towards authoritarianism. It's our democracy at crossroads. Watch live at 6:30 p.m. Tonight, Governor Newsom's address, Democracy at Crossroads. Why the fuck's he promoting this, dude? Like he's... When are you going to be arrested, Hasan? I don't know. Wouldn't you like that? Again, a pathetic and weak person who's like, I think you're a nuisance and I have no self-control and I can't just like click away from your stream. So I'm hoping that the fucking government takes care of you. Like, how weak-minded, how much of a fucking worm-like individual are you? You know? How much of a fucking cowardly worm-like individual are you? Most likely spending years talking about how much you are a defender of free speech, only to turn around and be like, actually, I've decided speech that I don't like should be met with criminal penalties. At least the hysterical SJW archetype that you fucking yelled about for years and years that you fantasized as like making, fantasized as made video game titties smaller or whatever, actually has a morally righteous position. Maybe they're not the best on camera. Maybe they come across as kind of fucking annoying, but ultimately they are on the morally correct side and they believe what they're saying. You, on the other hand, are pathetic. You have no discernible position. You're simply a pathetic worm who complained about SJWs only to fucking turn around and demand that people you don't like get arrested. At least SJWs were just simply like censoring, I don't know, not censoring, but like trying to fucking change art. It was annoying and I didn't like it either. But you want motherfuckers to get arrested.
Downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties.
Please.
So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile
We're
is
going to
not
violate the
affecting
curfew with
the
Murat.
city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So who? Everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to
that's why I needed the credentials.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests. The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who've responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety
measures. You said, oh, I can't wait to see what Republicans say about the citywide curfews imposed. They're going to love it. They're like, I hope they kill people that violate the curfew.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who...
Journalists, you cannot be cited for curfew violations while out reporting tonight. That's what I thought too, but they're saying credentialed media reporters, so I'm trying to see if I can get the credentials.
Today, not just as the council member who represents downtown LA, but
by the way, getting credentialed doesn't mean that you can fucking still report. They can still arrest you, okay?
Los Angeles began right here.
Yeah. Republicans be like, bring in the FEMA coffins too. Put them in a FEMA camp. And then kill them.
A place with rich culture and deep community.
Kill him in the
It's a
FEMA
place where
camps.
workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name.
People are saying PSL
where
are
neighbors
feds.
greet each other on the sidewalk and where generations
What?
of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city. But too often, downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting.
What?
I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelina.
They're saying PSL are feds because I hate to bring this up in public, but I'm left with no choice. We had a conversation yesterday with some PSL leads about this action, how micro-organizers in the DMV were not consulted on this. We flagged that Columbia Heights is a densely populated immigrant community, and this rally will bring ICE and a bunch of cops to the community. They also mentioned they do not have a safety plan if there are mass arrests. I understand the need for mass mobilization, but when your local migrant organizer is telling you not to do this action, or you're not listening, yeah, I don't think PSL are feds. Everybody stop fucking crying and saying CIA alert. PSL is Party for Socialism and Liberation. And no, I don't fucking agree with this at all. I don't agree with this statement at all. I'm not entirely familiar with fucking Columbia Heights, so I can't speak on it, but I don't. They're not fucking feds. Alex is the one who I was asking for help with the sheriff's department press credentials. LA Mayor Karen Bass announces curfew for 1 square mile of downtown Los Angeles tonight from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. She's declared a local emergency in this area where we've seen the worst violence. The worst violence. Man, the violence has been so crazy. As someone from the area, they aren't feds, but it's a bad idea in that area. I mean, here's the thing. In this migrant community, when PSL puts out a fucking call like that, the expectation is not for undocumented migrants to attend the protest. The expectation is for privileged people who have documentation to attend the protest, to do a big demonstration and a show of force. Obviously, if you are undocumented, you should not be anywhere near a protest like this. I don't personally think it's that bad of an... Like, they're saying, oh, this will invite ICE into this community. The notion that, like, ICE is not aware of this massive fucking Latino community is crazy. Yeah, Bass said the curfew will last several days. I know. This is why I'm trying to fucking figure out what I can do. I also suspect that this is to specifically pack up anyone that wants to continue demonstrations at night. The event was packed here in ATL and was mostly non-white people. I noticed as a white guy. Also, the fellow Hasan viewer I met was a black woman, for the record. Okay, I don't know why you had to specify that. This is a very diverse community, as we know from all the people that showed up. Gruesome Newsom is going to be speaking in 30 minutes. We'll obviously be tuning into that. I live in downtown LA, but happen to be out of town. Won't be back till 17th. How will this curfew impact local residents? First of all, the curfew will be gone by then. Because if the curfew is still implemented by the 17th, we have way bigger problems than the fucking curfew. And secondly, no, of course, if you're residential, you're fine. Your freedom of movement will be a little restricted. Cops might fucking harass you. They might annoy you. Oftentimes, this is what happens when they implement citywide curfews like this, is like, it's not actually the protesters that get fucked over. It's literally the residents that get fucked over because they will unceremoniously detain you for no reason. Governor Newsom to address the nation in less than 30 minutes. Midas Touch got the YouTube exclusive to stream it. Oh, Midas Touch. What is this? I think ICE provoked this whole thing in LA. Stop. Stop. Why do you purposely show me bad takes? Why? Why do you purposely show me fucking bad takes? It's just going to it's going to hurt my feelings. It's going to make me mad. I've already addressed all of the takes that needed to be addressed a million times over today. Why the fuck do you have to turn around and show me more additional bad takes? Newsom's position is that ICE officers should be able to carry out enforcement operations. Law enforcement should be able to handle unruly protests, and the rest of us should be free to live in a city that isn't heavily militarized for no reason. Stephen's position is that we should use the U.S. military to arrest and detain anyone he suspects may be undocumented, even if they're not. No, I don't think ICE officers should be able to carry out enforcement operations. No, fuck that. This was retweeted by Governor Gavin Newsom. Yeah, Governor Newscum and Mayor Karen Ass. Believe it, folks. Mayor Karen Ass. She's so ass. No, I do not think ICE should be fucking operating inside of California at all. I don't think ICE should operate at all. Here's what I think. I think if someone is in the country illegally and they do a fucking crime, then obviously local law enforcement is going to apprehend them and prosecute them. Okay? Only after that person has done a heinous crime and charged and maybe even went to fucking prison for it can ICE actually move in to deport that person after going through a secondary court process with the proper immigration authorities. Okay? I don't think people who are just simply living in Los Angeles and not doing anything, not harming anybody, okay? I don't think those people should be fucking arrested and deported. They have families here. They've been working here. They should get proper fucking paperwork. You just said ICE shouldn't exist, though. Yes, ICE shouldn't exist. ICE didn't exist before 9/11. It was perfectly fine. It wasn't like there was mass amounts of undocumented crimes that were taking place on U.S. soil non-fucking stop when ICE didn't exist. It's bullshit. It was additional pork. It was an agency that did not need to fucking exist. Pre 9/11, it was called INS. Okay? And guess what? You know, here's another great testament to how undocumented migrants don't actually do fucking crimes. Okay? Reagan amnesty. Reagan offered amnesty to a fuck ton of undocumented migrants. What happened? Did they all just go, oh, thank God we have the full control over the law enforcement now. Like we can do all the crimes possible. Hell yeah. Let's do crimes now. Is that what happened? It's insane. Like Britney Spears' iconic sophomore album, Oops, I Did It Again, is 3 years older than ICE. Yes. Nintendo GameCube is older than ICE, by the way. ICE can still be abolished. It's true. My dad came into the USA at 82 at 14. Luckily, he got amnesty. Yeah, also, amnesty still is a popular alternative, a more popular alternative to mass deportations. No one ever talks about it, but amnesty, mass conditional amnesty, is significantly more popular than motherfucking mass deportations. It's not only more popular, but it is quite literally beneficial for American taxes, for American commerce. It is literally better to actually offer conditional amnesty to every undocumented migrant living on U.S. soil that hasn't done a heinous fucking crime or whatever, that has been living here for an extended period of time, that have lives here. It's so crazy. I have not yielded from this position even a little bit in the last 12 years that I've been a fucking professional political commentator. And it feels like every single day that passes, that becomes less likely of an alternative, regardless of the fact that it's still more popular than mass deportations.
And who are using violence, and those vandals should be arrested and prosecuted. But I think it's reasonable to set a curfew and hope things settle down.
So amnesty for everyone to fuck the rules? Bitch, what rules? It is an unjustifiable rule to begin with. And Reagan fucking did it too. What do you mean? Ronald Reagan did it. Shut the fuck up.
To the country.
Yeah, and you just mentioned the president. One thing that he has been saying today is that the protesters that we're seeing, the agitators, the people who are causing violence, are paid. We don't have any evidence of that, but it is something that he's been saying repeatedly for the last several days. And today I want you to play.
But why is it unjustified? Okay, good question. Kevin Lowe Maxta, when did your family come here? I know your ass ain't Native American. When the fuck did your stupid ass parents come here? When? How many generations are you removed from not being on the American continent? If you say you're not okay, well, then suck my cock. I hope you never are allowed to enter this fucking country. Nope, sorry. Not going to hear from fucking foreigners. Okay, not going to hear from dumb fuck foreigners LARPing as American hogs and hogettes when I have to deal with the homegrown domestic terror here on a daily fucking basis. There is nothing more disgusting than fucking Canadian LARPers that come in here and they're like, oh, eh? Oh, I don't know, eh? What are we supposed to do? Don't you know? I love MAGA. Get the fuck out of here. Go be a nuisance in your own goddamn country. Okay? The people who here illegally are foreigners. Hey, dumb fuck. The people here illegally are not foreigners after they fucking live on U.S. soil for an extended period of time. Okay? Dumb fuck foreigners. I mean, yeah, ship them all out. You're correct. Yes, they are. Listen, just because you crawled out of your disgusting mother's pussy in a fucking American zip code does not give you extra fucking clout here, okay? That's all you did. You're still a fucking waste of space. I would rather deport your stupid ass, okay, to bring in 10 Guatemalans any fucking day of the week. You don't know how to do anything. You don't know your ass from your elbow. At least those motherfuckers, all they want to do is have a better life for themselves. Okay? Ironic? Yeah, real ironic. You are a waste of space. You are a waste of energy. You are a waste of time. Okay? Those dudes are trekking through insane conditions to be able to fucking get here for the promise of a better life for themselves and their families. Okay? They're being shipped out as we speak, so yeah, I know. Is that going to make your life better? Do you think your family won't celebrate when you inevitably do the deed? They will. You will liberate them from the crushing anchor that you have become around their neck. At a certain point, they thought you showed promise. They bred you, okay? They educated you, or at least tried to, and look what you have become. Trust me on this, okay? Trust me. They're being shipped out as we speak. Your life is not going to get better even if 20 million migrants are deported from this country. You will still be the same pathetic pussy who fucking cries endlessly that nobody wants to be around him, whose friends and family members no longer pick up the call, whose family literally lies to every single person that comes for Thanksgiving dinner when people ask, where is Aaron? And they say, oh, he's spending Thanksgiving elsewhere this year. Oh, that's interesting. He was spending Thanksgiving elsewhere last year too. Meanwhile, you're upstairs masturbating to whatever fucking food porn you found, while on the second monitor you have your least favorite fucking Twitch streamer and you're trying to jerk off with one hand and also type with the other in the chat of that Twitch streamer that you despise. You are a waste, okay? You're a waste of air. Keep fantasizing about the government doing cruelty to people who don't deserve it and hoping that that will somehow elevate your position in society. It won't, okay? Even if you fantasize about projections, yes, that's true. This is exactly my life. Yeah, you got me. Now listen. Ban for no reason law? What do you mean? If someone is fucking celebrating, migrant workers getting packed up and deported and shipped off to a fucking CCOT facility, and that hopefully makes them feel better about their fucking pathetic existence, that's not a ban for no reason. You're getting banned for being a dumbass white supremacist. I keep some of the pets in here at least so we can make fun of them, but there's only a certain level of like reactionary sentiment that I'll allow. He dislike you but not blame. What? I don't care if he likes me or dislikes me. Someone could love me in this chat. And if they were to come in here with that fucking energy celebrating mass deportations, I'm going to fucking ban them. And if someone actually chooses what I get to do in my own fucking community, I'll ban them too, bitch ass. I saw you on the news and decided to see what's up, and it's wild how much people lie about you. It's true. Get the road spray out. Get the fucking road spray out, baby. Anyway.
Alvarez is here, CNN legal and national security analyst Carrie Cordero, and also CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst John Miller is with me. And John, obviously you have experience with the LAPD. Just from your perspective, as you're watching this play out tonight with this curfew that is for downtown Los Angeles, again, as the mayor said, it's 1 square mile out of the 500 square miles that encompasses LA. What do you make of what this is going to look like and how it will change or not what's happening on the ground tonight?
Well, I think what they're doing by making it so early, 8 p.m., and I mean, remember, Caitlin, this is the first curfew Los Angeles has had since the 1992 riots. And this is...
Be careful when you do the deed, it can be used out of context to say you're telling people to game delete. No, of course not. I mean, game delete, like a save file, yeah, maybe. I mean, when I say do the deed, I mean, go take a shower, go to the gym, improve your life, It's up to interpretation.
So many officers gives them two opportunities. One,
move out of the house finally.
Off the X of that symbolic target, the courthouse
touch
and the
grass.
Jail. Two, it allows them to stop anybody who's moving in that area because they won't need any probable
I would never mean the other thing. I would never.
Curfew. If they're out in that area and they're not authorized, they can be arrested right away. But here's the key to this. Look at the arrest numbers. 40 on Sunday, 114 on Monday, 197 on Tuesday, and then 67 more by California Highway Patrol. So that's 264. They were reaching the pace within that small area of Los Angeles with these arrests to say, we're steaming towards something that is becoming too hard to work with this number of cops. Let's just lock it down.
Yeah, and I want to point out, if you can see, John, we're looking at Chicago right now and scenes coming out of there as, people might look at this and think, oh, that's Los Angeles. No, this is what's happening in Chicago. We saw it last night in Dallas and in Austin to a degree. We're watching with Shimon to see what's happening inside New York tonight, obviously, as everyone is staying on high alert for this. If you're law enforcement in another city and you're watching what's happening in LA, you're watching this curfew be put in place, is that something that they're paying attention to in case it is a cause or it's a need in places like Chicago?
Well, it is. Now, there are some key differences. Now, New York had its last curfew in 2020 during the riots after the George
Genuine
Floyd.
question: Canadians shouldn't get an opinion on this? No, everyone can have an opinion on this, but if it's a fucking right-wing one, I'm going to ban you just as I would fucking ban an annoying right-wing hog that is like celebrating these kinds of fucking actions. You know what I mean? You're allowed to have an opinion. You just, depending on how you put that opinion out there in a chat like this, and depending on how angry I am in that moment, honestly, you can get away with it or not.
Under their head count. This has been putting a real strain on the department in a very small area. They've got 725 officers in that area right now.
Yeah, why you ban me when I racist type
725
shit?
coming on
Yeah.
at midnight. And what they're hoping to do is walk the tension level down and maybe get some of those resources, police resources, back to patrolling the rest of the city.
Yeah, we'll continue to see what happens. It's remarkable to see, when the last time these curfews were put in place. And Priscilla, in terms of what we're seeing happening in LA, we've been talking about the National Guard being there, what's happening with ICE, as Tom Homan said last night. These ICE arrests
Acting
are still
ICE chief
continuing.
promises
They're
to
not
neutralize
stopping
LA
because of what we're
rioters.
seeing
Suck
coming
my dick.
out of Los Angeles. We saw these images of what appeared to be National Guard troops helping ICE agents conduct these arrests, not actually arresting people, but basically kind of standing guard as they were.
Yeah, this was a remarkable image because of just how unusual it is. In fact, as soon as I saw it, you'll see it right there on your screen, that I texted my sources and no one had recalled an instance where National Guard was involved at all in any type of interior enforcement, immigration and customs.
No one could remember this happening.
No one could remember this happening. So this was a situation where National Guard has been deployed to serve as a security perimeter as well as to protect a federal building. In this case, they appeared to be doing the former, which is providing a security perimeter as Immigration and Customs Enforcement continued their operations in Los Angeles. But it certainly marks an escalation because even if National Guard isn't arresting anyone, just serving as a security perimeter to ICE as they're conducting these operations is notable. And again, it's an image that no one that I've talked to can recall ever seeing before, even if we have seen, for example, National Guard helping along the U.S. southern border before. This in the interior is remarkable. And it is telling, Caitlin, of the bigger backdrop here, which is that the administration has been pulling every lever of government to try to get more assistance to ICE to drum up their immigration arrests. And this perhaps marks yet another moment, a remarkable one, as they move toward using National Guard as well.
Yeah,
even if not again for arrests.
Making that case to Republicans as well about boosting their funding. But Carrie, when you look at this, and we're waiting to hear from California Governor Gavin Newsom, he's been doing a few interviews here and there, but his first time, addressing all of California in terms of what's happening in Los Angeles tonight, and his response to the president bringing in the National Guard. A judge today declined to immediately basically put a restraining order on this lawsuit that he's filed over Trump calling in the National Guard. What do you make of that standing that he has there?
Well, I think
Gavin's
the perspective
on
of
in
the governor is
9
going to be the
minutes.
perspective of really what any other governor in the entire country would make, which is that they are the commander of their own National Guard, and they have
this protest is so left biased. Why don't they ask the government to get the documents if they have a job? Job equals support the country. Stopping ICE operations is not the solution in the first place. Brother, I'm going to very carefully explain to you what's going on right now, and I hope we can clear up some miscommunication and some confusion that you're clearly demonstrating. ICE agents are conducting raids at job sites. They're getting the information from the IRS because not only are these migrants working at places where they're participating in the flow of commerce, but they're also paying taxes. ICE knows where they live because the IRS knows where they live. The IRS knows how much they pay in taxes. The IRS knows where their place of business is, where their place of work is. ICE gets that information from the IRS and then uses that information to go conduct raids at job sites. Is this going to change your mind about why people are fucking frustrated and maybe, in your words, left biased? Considering that you seemingly also recognize it'd be fucking cruel and unusual to go after people who are simply working?
Donald Trump.
I await your response with bated breath. You've been following since 2023. Hopefully, we'll be able to reach you. Don't you need a social security number, which is given if you're a citizen? If not, how are they paying taxes? Just asking so I can educate myself to learn. Great question. Every single person that is not a U.S. citizen still gets a tax identification number, an ITIN. So if they do not have a social security, as obviously migrant workers do not, they get an ITN. They have some form of taxpayer identifier. Because I think we all know the goddamn federal government is very bad at a lot of things. But the one thing that they will not skimp out on is collecting taxes.
Is sending in the troops, not to Ukraine, not to Iran, not even to Greenland.
What about Tel Aviv? Oh my God.
But to LA, Los Angeles, the second biggest city in the United States, to crack down on people protesting ICE raids on a Home Depot. Shocking, right? We should be shocked. No president has deployed the National Guard without the consent of a state governor since LBJ in 1965, 60 years ago. And Trump isn't just targeting LA for military deployment.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country.
So be shocked, but don't be surprised. This is who Trump is.
That's completely false. I own a business and you need to have an employee form filled out, and 90% of the time you need documentation to show you're a citizen. How do they pay taxes if they aren't citizens? Don't you need proper info to file taxes, etc.? Bro, I just literally told you the legal ways in which migrant workers that have either temporary protected status or are like awaiting their fucking court date for their permanent clearance will pay taxes. I gave you the actual identification. I gave you the actual individual taxpayer identification number. An ITIN is a 9-digit number the IRS issues if you need a U.S. taxpayer identification number for federal tax purposes, but aren't eligible for a social security number. This is from obviously a biased fake website called irs.gov. Clearly, they're lying. Also, under normal circumstances, obviously, the IRS was supposed to keep this information private, but the Trump administration changed that in January 25, 2025. Literally, one of the first actions that they engaged in was to revoke the privacy of, like IRS normally, under normal circumstances, is only allowed to give out private information of taxpayers with a warrant. It's supposed to be private information. Now they're giving it to the ICE agencies.
This is what he said he would do if he returned to office. Were you not paying attention? Or were you accusing people like me of hyperbole and fear-mongering, of Trump derangement syndrome, when we said he was going to use the military against his domestic political opponents, like the fascist autocrat he's always wanted to be? Did you not hear what Mark Esper, Trump's defense secretary at the end of his first term, revealed to 60 Minutes back in 2022 in reference to the George Floyd protests 2 years earlier?
Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops and shoot the protesters.
Trump asked his then defense secretary to shoot protesters with live ammo. Esper said no. That's why this time...
Gavin is on. Where's Gruesome Gav? Gruesome Gov Gav. Do you have a link? Chat, send me a link. Let's hear what Gruesome Gov Gav has to say. Also known as New Scum. Wait, what the fuck? He's not live. Why are you guys... Bro, why are y'all always lying, bro? Why are you all always lying? You are always lying to me. You do this every time. He's not live yet, okay? That's why I was surprised that fucking CNN wasn't showing it.
There are easily thousands of people here in downtown Chicago. Earlier, we had this video, and I believe that we can show it to you. The major incident here was a car going through part of the crowd. They didn't plow right into the thick of the crowd, but it sort of wove through some of the protesters and clipped protesters on either side and then bolted down the street. That was at Wabash and Monroe, Caitlin. We're still working with the Chicago Police Department to find out more information about that, if that driver has been arrested, and any details that might help explain exactly why that happened. So right now, the protest is sort of is spreading out at the moment. Before it was a lot denser, but now you're seeing again the Chicago Police Department spread out in lines here, and the crowd is starting to break apart a little bit. Caitlin.
Okay, Whitney Wild, keep us updated with what you've been seeing on the ground as we're watching closely as these protests are not just happening in Los Angeles, as we can see, they're also happening in Chicago, New York, other cities across the United States as well. As we're monitoring, though, what is happening in LA and waiting to hear from the governor, who's expected to speak any moment now. We did just hear from the city's mayor, who said that approximately 23 businesses in downtown Los Angeles have been looted during the protests that we're seeing happening over the last few days.
Why is there no audio?
This comes as CNN has learned that the more than 700 Marines that we told you about last
night
Why is there
no audio?
Activated to go and assist the National Guard. And
are you fucking kidding me? What's going on? I didn't mute this window. What? Do you guys see the audio? It's not just you. Damn, he's spitting, dude. Wait, there's no way he prepared this like sexy ass big reveal and there's no fucking audio and the chat is disabled, so we can't even experience the joy. He's going hard right now. Midas touch. No sound. Midas touch exclusive. Holy fuck. 45,000 watching Midas touch live stream right now. 46,000 started streaming 3 minutes ago. Oh my God. Midas touch bangs, dude. They are literally, they are the top dogs. My bad. Midas touch. I'm sorry. I didn't know what kind of fucking smoke y'all had. I didn't know what kind of crazy smoke y'all had, Midas Touch. Midas Touch apology form. I thought Asmongold was the #1 political content creator on the platform. Turns out it's fucking Midas Touch, bro. It's 4 minutes and already passed me. And no audio, too. Wait, there's sound here?
Federal judge. So we're not exactly sure what this press conference is about, but we are trying to bring that to you very
They don't
shortly.
even know what the press
This,
conference
of
is
course,
about
comes on
because
top
it's
of the news
muted.
from Mayor Bass that
Oh, what a fucking
curfew
clown!
has been imposed, and one square mile.
Oh, Gavin, you suck. You fucking suck. Hey, yo, Gav. This live stream shit ain't for you, big dog. Maybe instead of having Charlie Kirk on, you could have had me on. I could have taught you a thing or two. Oh, negative aura. Oh my God. Oh, what's up, Kaya? Gavin Newsom made a big show of making this announcement, and it was fucking muted the entire time. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, the Republicans are going to cook his ass. I think the Republicans are going to cook his ass. It's especially funny because he made like such a big show of it. You know what I mean? Boo, no sound, hacked, sabotage, blew it on the Midas touch tip, claiming sabotage.
I want to say a few words about the events of the last few days. This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends quite literally disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was a use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video.
Say you're going to violently apprehend ICE agents.
If you incite violence, I want to
say you're going to use your police force as a military
or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated.
No, you're punishing the fucking Los Angelenos.
220 people
Punish
have been arrested,
ICE, Gavin.
And we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation.
The fucking federal, the federal law enforcement hasn't even done shit yet. They're not allowed to. It's the Los Angeles cops that have escalated the situation every single day so far.
Active U.S. Marines.
Those are your guys. You just
These
thank
are the
them.
men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces, not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. It will keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? I ask everyone, take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment.
Dude, this is like, he's mustered up the courage to hit like 2016 anti-Trump lines finally.
What universities themselves can teach.
But like, I'm sorry, we need more than this. We need more than this. This is not 2016. This is fucking 2025. You need to be way more aggro now.
For no other reason than to, in his
He's
own
literally
words,
hitting all the liberalism high notes from 2016. Like, this is not us. We must resist against Trump, all this shit. But I think right now, what we need, oh my God, 127,000 people watching Midas Touch. God damn it, they're so sick. They're so popping.
Done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made
I
that
succumb
order
to
apply
liberalism.
to every state
I'm out.
in this
I'm
nation.
done.
This
Fuck
is about
this
all of
radical
us.
shit.
This
Liberalism
about
is
you.
winning. I'm taking a knee.
California
I'm
may
taking a
be
bow.
first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility. The rule of law has increasingly been given way to the rule of Don. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to
The
see
rule
this
of
kind
Don.
moment. It's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, he said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability.
Say it. We need to take
If
it
you
to the
exercise
streets.
rights,
Say it.
Please.
We need to disrupt
please,
ICE
do it
activities.
peacefully. I know many of you
Gavin
are
Newsom
feeling deep
says
anxiety,
it's time for the
stress,
citizens to
and
take up
fear.
arms and engage in
But I want
guerrilla
you to know
warfare.
that you are the antidote to that fear.
It's time for a
and that
peasant's
anxiety.
revolution.
What Donald
A
Trump
peasant's
wants
rebellion.
most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not.
Gavin Newsom. The rural farmland surrounds the cities. Make no mistake. We are numerous. Gavin Newsom, he's like, I'm putting weapons crates. I'm putting weapons crates in every town, in every neighborhood. Viva la revolución! Yeah, he watched Andor. Such a meaningless statement, I know. It's actually remarkable how little motion this statement had. I did think he was going to say something. Like, I thought he was going to say anything, like something different, something unique. No, it was just like, it basically served the function of like entertaining a bid for his 2028 run.
And for the most part, he was certainly letting his feelings be known about President Trump, saying California is first, but it will not end. Democracy is under assault. The rule of law has given way to the rule of none. He has asked people to exercise their First Amendment rights, but do it peacefully. And with that, that ends our coverage at this hour on the ICE raids in downtown Los Angeles. Thanks for watching KCAL News, and our live coverage will continue of the
back and forth between his state and Los Angeles specifically and the White House and President Trump, including comments that the president has made saying that if he was his border czar, he would have Governor Newsom arrested, something that the governor there invoked as he was essentially referencing not only what we've been seeing play out in Los Angeles, which he was plenty critical of, including Trump bypassing the governor there to deploy the National Guard, also sending hundreds of Marines to Los Angeles. He also invoked the fact that he had implied having him arrested, the president's upcoming military parade that he's having here in Washington, his fight with Harvard, and he warned other states in that speech that, quote, other states are next. He said that Donald Trump is not opposed to lawlessness, and he invoked what happened on January 6th. He also addressed what we've been seeing play out over the last several nights in Los Angeles and condemned the violence and the vandalism. He pointed to the hundreds of arrests that have played out so far already in that city and said that they are working through video and compiling additional cases, as he thanked the Los Angeles Police Department for the work that it's done so far and said it was needless to have the National Guard also deployed there. Those were notable comments coming from the governor after a vicious back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom, as he has repeatedly criticized the job that Newsom has done and said if it was not for him sending in the National Guard, that Los Angeles would be burning to the ground. I want to bring in CNN's Priscilla Alvarez back here with me, also our chief and law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller. But Scott Jennings and Kate Bedingfield, I want to start with you because, Kate, obviously, to hear what we just did from Governor Newsom, he went far beyond just what has been happening in terms of Los Angeles and the protests there and how the president and the White House have responded. I mean, he has essentially was attacking everything that has happened over the last several months that Donald Trump has been in office. He said the moment that we feared has arrived.
Yeah, I think he's using this moment to channel some of the energy that a faction of the Democratic base wants to see from Democratic leaders. I think this is the
that's
kind
exactly
of thing
what it is.
that
But I mean that as a pejorative.
that the Democrats are not taking on.
Here's my assessment. I foolishly thought gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom would have something new and interesting to say beyond what we've already experienced for the past couple of months. Wild that only now are we reaching levels of 2016 resistance liberalism when the moment requires so much more.
About Trump's lawlessness, about abuse of power, it can resonate.
I think there's got to be a little bit more emotion beyond. Like Gavin needs to go to the fucking protests and shit. You know what I mean? Like he needs to participate in action. Like we can't be doing 2016 liberalism. That already failed. Trump is president again. You know what I mean?
That it does.
Get the heater out. Okay, let that chopper sing.
Champions the Democratic
Come on,
Party.
Gav.
I think Democrats have to reconcile that. So,
you really
when Gavin
milked him with that one? Wait, what?
national attention as he does right now, and to take on Trump directly. there is an opportunity there to go back.
Like, even if you're just simply issuing statements, you could say the moment has arrived. Fascism is actually coming to America. California is being treated as a testing ground because we have a robust economy and we are a functioning state that proves the lie that Republicans tell all the time, that plurality does not work, that you can't be a diverse state with wonderful migrant communities and functionally exist. We disprove that narrative every single day here in California. And I, as gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, I am going to go out in the streets alongside my fellow Los Angelinos and demand changes. No more ICE in Los Angeles. No more ICE actions in the state of California. This is a sanctuary state. This is a sanctuary city. ICE raids on places of business are completely unacceptable. Donald Trump lied for months, and before that, for years, dehumanizing migrants with rhetoric and language that comes directly out of history textbooks, as though he's plagiarizing Adolf Hitler. And now those chickens have come home to roost. Those lies are turning into actions, violent actions. You know, that kind of thing. That's like that. He could say something along those lines. You know what I mean? He will not disrupt the delicate fabric of California society. We've been doing fine without him, and we will continue to resist against these unjustifiable actions from the federal government. This is not a fight that we are fighting just for ourselves or for our neighbors and our communities, but this is a fight that everyone in America will inevitably fight. I'm running for governor. I'm Gavin Newsom.
They needed to condemn the violence, what was happening. I mean, the governor did that there, and also was heavily critical of the immigration efforts by the Trump administration, saying that Trump is going far beyond what they promised on the campaign trail to go after criminals first.
And then it's like an ISIS-style video, and Tom Homan, like the camera pans over, and it's Tom Homan, and he's in handcuffs. Governor Gavin Newsom ominously moves in his direction slowly, cool, calm, collected. He whips out a machete. Boom. Camera's off. We don't know what happened. This is a joke, obviously. That would never happen.
Feel that Democrats, want
Call
to
of Duty,
see,
yeah, Call of Duty
here.
4
they want to
intro.
see peaceful protests. They want to see order. They're not against the idea of law enforcement protecting their communities. We know that people want to see their communities protected, and Democrats do need to make clear that they support it. But I think it would be impossible and an inaccurate assessment to watch what Gavin Newsom just said and suggest that he was somehow condoning violent protest when he quite clearly said the opposite.
Priscilla, just on what he was
What
saying
the
at
fuck?
the beginning, he was accusing ICE and the Trump administration of using unmarked cars, of arresting and detaining gardeners, seamstresses, dishwashers. He said that Donald Trump has employed a military dragnet across Los Angeles, talking about essentially how the immigration efforts are being carried out. What have you heard from sources in terms of what that's actually looked like?
Well, Trump's immigration agenda is ultimately going to be judged on two things: numbers, which the president's office said he wants to execute mass deportation, and
ICE
also
releases
methods,
Gavin
as
Newsom
was the
beheading
case during
video.
his first term. And what we have seen over the
What the
course of the
fuck?
last few weeks is that while the administration has publicly touted their immigration crackdown and released photos to that
Damn.
effect, privately, I'm
Great
being
minds
told
think
that
alike.
officials are extremely frustrated. They don't think that the officers are doing enough to arrest immigrants, undocumented immigrants in the United States. So what does that mean? That means that they have to go after everyone and anyone in these various locations, and that speaks to the method. So what the governor was saying there is something that immigrant advocates, and including some former ICE officials, are concerned about, is just picking up people in these various locations, including ones they're supposed to go to for check-ins like immigration hearings and their USCIS check-ins, to arrest people. And what does that mean moving forward? And ultimately, again, this is going to come down to the numbers and the methods and the ways that they'll be judged on that front.
And John Miller, on that comment that stood out to me with Governor Newsom saying that the president is dragging a military dragnet, that was the quote that he used across Los Angeles. As you've looked at this, one thing that the president pointed to earlier today in the Oval Office when he was talking to reporters are comments made by the police chief in LA saying they were overwhelmed on Saturday night, basically as part of his justification for what we've seen happen here. What have you made of the response from the LAPD compared to the military that has been sent in to LA?
Well, I think that's a really important fact check, because the president also said that, you know, the National Guard got there and they brought order to it. The National Guard did not bring order to it. The National Guard surrounded the federal building and then became a focal point of protest where the LAPD had to actually bring order to that. The other thing is, and I have a lot of respect for Scott Jennings, he's my friend, but LA is not burning, okay? 5 self-driving cars were burned, a couple of police cars were set on fire. That's not good. But we can't use terms that evoke images from the 1992 riots. What this is all about, I think Gavin Newsom's point was, we started with an idea that they would be rounding up criminals, and then when the numbers weren't delivering what they were looking for, they started going into factories and big restaurants, and that's become a spark.
Yep.
John Miller, thank you for that. That's helpful. And
I mean,
of course,
true.
stay
He's
with
not
us as
wrong.
we are continuing to watch these moments, these protests that are happening tonight in Los Angeles.
What the fuck? News on ad just deployed.
The myth about this city. It's the lie that life has to be hard in New York. I believe we can guarantee cheaper groceries. We can raise the minimum wage. We can freeze the rent for more than 2 million tenants and build hundreds of thousands of affordable homes. It's city government's job to deliver that. We are done settling for less. Are you ready for a city we can afford? Are you ready to win this race?
Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
ICE be abolished. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember when that was actually a policy proposal by people in this country on the left. We've seen the Biden administration previously increase funding for ICE. It was a missed opportunity that people say maybe we wouldn't be in this situation if ICE didn't have this kind of funding. But from this vantage point now, what you're seeing in Los Angeles, should ICE be abolished?
I believe it should, and it's been a privilege to have been represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez as a fellow representative of Astoria, and she is one of the leaders of that call and has continued to make that call.
Dude, I'm sorry, but if liberals can get on board with this message this fast, after the previous establishment Democrats ran on Trump's 2020 agenda for immigration, like its militant agenda of combating criminal migrants or whatever, then that is yet another massive testament to how spectacularly stupid Democrat politicians are. Okay? Because like these guys literally fucking used to say abolish ICE, right? In the first Trump tenure. And then when they were in charge, they were like, no, we have to give ICE more weapons. Obviously, duh, we have to kill these criminal migrants. But it's clear that there is enough anger and resentment amongst the population. If Dems want to actually persuade swing voters, Trump's soft support, they should lean on defending families from deportation raids, not pretend to speak for an imaginary white couple on Long Island. If they don't grasp that, they didn't grasp anything about the last election. Yes. No, Republicans hide your liberalism like you hide from everyone else. A CNN poll today shows that legal migrants have swing 29 points to become a +6 against illegal immigration in the past 4 years. What? What does that even mean? The establishment is trying to rat fuck Zoran. Zoran helped Adrienne Adams, city council speaker, qualify for matching funds, and now she's attacking him. Yeah, also, this is the other side of the story. Adrienne Adams, a lawless president does not mean we abolish entire agencies and our laws. I've taken on Donald Trump and ICE and won. People elect us as leaders to solve problems, not pledge allegiance to rigid ideologies. Zoran Mamdani, donate to Adrienne Adams' campaign so she gets matching public funding. And be sure to rank her on your ballot. She's great. Adrienne Adams polling at 6%. Go fuck yourself. Wait, what the fuck? This guy blocked me? Recovering political pollster, current market researcher. Who the fuck? Why did this guy block me? No, they blocked me. Who the fuck is this guy? Probably a lib who thinks you're Hamas. Okay. Anyone who thinks I'm Hamas also thinks Zoran is Hamas. It seems like he likes Zoran, but also weirdly hates me. I don't know. I mean, who cares? Whatever.
These videos.
Also, this is important too. This election is in your hands, but only if you're registered to vote in New York City. The deadline is Saturday. Guys, I cannot stress enough. If you're not registered to vote in New York, please register to vote in New York and rank Zoran. Rank the other people too if you want, but definitely rank Zoran number 1 and do not rank Andrew Cuomo.
My team says I move my hands too much in these videos, so for this one, they're staying in my pockets. The other day on the subway, I met a New Yorker, but get this, they vote in California. I know this is true for many of you. You're Democrats who've chosen not to vote here because you believe your vote counts more elsewhere. Every 4 years, you vote absentee from your parents' address in Philly or 3 apartments and go in Atlanta. But come on, you live here. I get it, I do!
Keep them in your pockets.
Especially after this last election. We all wanted to defeat Donald Trump, and New York felt like a lock. But in many ways, this election, Trump's back on the ballot. We have a choice between Andrew Cuomo, funded by the same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, and our campaign, who will tax billionaires to make the city affordable. It's a referendum on where our party goes. So in just this one instance, ask yourself, WWDFGD, what would a disgraced former governor do? Well, Cuomo changed his registration immediately after not having lived here for more than 30 years. So if he's voting from his new address, so should you. With just single digits between us and Andrew Cuomo, your vote can make the difference. You have until June 14th, this Saturday, to change your registration in New York City. So head to ZahranforNYC.com/vote. Let's win this thing. I do!
Keep them in your pockets.
No, he retweeted this Hutch tweet, I guess. That's what someone was saying. No, if you want any non-Cuomo vote on the ranking is a vote taken away from Cuomo. Yeah. Rank all the other people. I don't fucking know enough about them, and I don't necessarily care. I'm in the tank for Zoran 100%. But yeah, you should definitely rank other candidates too, because like then it makes it easier for if just don't rank Cuomo at all. Do not rank Cuomo. You rank all 5, just don't rank Cuomo. And rank Zoran number 1. Do not rank Zoran number 2 or some shit because you think it's cute. He is the number 1 candidate. Not sure why my timeline's filled with Hassan, Piker, Ethan Klein. I didn't know who this was until last week. Feud content all of a sudden, but algorithm, if you're listening on genuinely don't give it even iota shit about what either of them has ever said about anything. Thanks. If you don't know who either of these people, okay, guys, who cares? All right, we figured it out. He doesn't like me for. He probably has seen something that is like out of context or some shit, or he's just a fucking lib. Who cares? He likes Zoran. He's ranking Zoran #1, I suspect. So I am endorsing Adam Carlson as a pollster. Okay. Yeah. By the way, new poll shows Andrew Cuomo's one-on-one lead against Zoran Mamdani has shrunk to just 2 points, 51 to 49%. And this poll was conducted before AOC endorsed Mamdani. Okay? Before. Why are they flying non-American flags at the protest? Don't you know you're supposed to play? Don't you know you're supposed to fly the American flag? No other flags. No Puerto Rican flags to be flown at the protest. I can't even like it. I was going to like you first, Zoran. But now I feel like it's made it too hard for me to like you. It's made it too hard for me to like you.
Zoran, repeat after me. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
No se vende.
No se vende.
Puerto Rico no se vende.
Puerto Rico no se vende.
Hello, everyone. This is Alexandria.
That's the PR day parade, not a protest. Dude who took me doing a Hank Piker accent and very clearly joking entirely seriously. I know that. Also, Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Okay? That's the joke. I know. Bro, chill. Bro, you chill. I'm fucking memeing, dude. Calm down. It doesn't even matter. I was at a protest. Someone freaked out because we were flying the American flag upside down. Oh, yeah. He did Hot 97. Apparently 4 days ago.
Ocasio-Cortez, and I am here loud and proud to rank Zohran Mamdani #1 for mayor of New York City. Early voting starts on June 14th. The primary election is June 24th. So early vote, fill out your ballots, and make sure that you do not rank Andrew Cuomo on your ballot. Don't do it, folks. We are going to rank our ballot Zohran #1 for a New York City that can be affordable to all of us.
It's so funny because he's literally said, as New York mayor, I'd arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, and motherfuckers are still like, you're not, your heart is not in it. Like, you're fake. Like he said, if I win, I'm arresting his ass. He's not coming to the United States of America. Last night, the BET Awards took place. Hasan was there. He was all over the events that unfolded. Apparently, some of the blue checkmark power farmers were claiming that Kevin Hart said that he wouldn't host the awards unless he could have Hasan live stream the entire process. Not sure how real that is, but he even announced Playboy Cardi coming out, stuff like that. And while a lot of the artists, including but not limited to Kendrick Lamar, which was very disappointing, were awfully quiet about the protests that were unfolding right outside of the doorstep of the BET Awards in Los Angeles, as the Trump administration was greatly escalating the tensions, greatly increasing the heat. Dochi, on the other hand, did not shy away from making a statement. Now, I'm not the type of person that runs around and says like, oh, why isn't this celebrity saying anything? Why isn't that celebrity saying anything? Except, and I never thought I would see the day where I become a silence is violence or silence is complicity type person. But goddamn, has the internet become so vicious and so fucking monstrously right-wing that, yes, a little bit of moving the needle in this direction by openly stating how frustrated you are with the illegal actions of the federal government is welcomed, okay? It should be encouraged. This is not a dunk, just stating facts. Kendrick only cares about black issues. Yeah, I wonder if ICE is related to black issues somehow. I mean, come on. Nerede bilmiyorum. Burada değil ama. Yemek masasının üstünde falandır büyük ihtimalle. Not yet? No, yet. Right now. Bro, what are you talking about? It's fucking... Also, it's not just Kendrick Lamar. And also, Kendrick Lamar is LA based and cares about Los Angeles. His own city is fucking rising up. Anyway, here's what Dochi said. In my brain, the amount of black people online telling other black people not to go to the protest. No, dude, it's just like, are there black boomers who exhibit the same kind of like American trademarked American selfishness that you often only see from like white people in the suburbs? Sure, there are. Okay, but I think the overwhelming amount of that is just greatly base boosted by, I suspect, wreckers and federal agents. Okay, because like I know that there is like a contingency of aunties that, and maybe even some unks that say, oh, it's their problem, they voted for Trump, when referring to the Latino community, when referring to Hispanic people. And, you know, we wanted Kamala, y'all didn't want Kamala, that type of shit, right? I have seen that. Like, I've seen a take like that naturally in the wild, organically. Okay? I have. I think a lot of that is still coming from wrecker behavior that they're getting, the notes that they're getting from like reactionary movements building up online, even amongst the black community as well. You do know a lot of Latinos are anti-black, right? Yes. Okay, so what? What do you mean? Everyone's fucking Islamophobic too. You don't see me going, oh, I'm sorry. What's your thoughts on Israel before fucking advocating for you? That's not how intersectionality works. That's not how solidarity works. Like, come on now. Yeah, I want races to have healthcare too. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I want everybody to have healthcare. I don't give a fuck. I want every single disgusting scumbag in my chat that literally begs for cops to fucking assassinate me, or the federal government to permanently detain me and ship me to Guantanamo Bay, to have free college and free healthcare. Because I understand that if they had those things, at least, they wouldn't be so resentful. Anyway, let's finish this Doshi speech. Also, I'm sorry, but I have to repeat this, but like, if you think Latinos did not show up to Black Lives Matter protests, even though, you know, activism is not transactional, that's crazy. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of silly notion that like, oh, well, the Palestine gang wasn't at the BLM protest. Like, that's bullshit. They absolutely. It's crazy because like these are the exact same struggles. You know what I mean? Like the federal government targeting you on the basis of the color of your skin is almost so identical, especially to contemporary current black struggle, that it is wild for any person to be like, I don't care, they voted for Trump or some type of shit like that. I suspect that a lot of this resentment has built up from, you know, misinformation and dangerous reactionary narratives that also exist in black communities as well. Like, you know, the escalated Hotep adjacent fucking commentary like ADOS, things like that popping off, because everyone is victim to misinformation. White people are not the only group of people in this country that are consistently having their brains fried by stupid bullshit. Black. Stop bashing black people. This is very common in the Asian community as well. Oh my fucking Lord. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I know. I'm saying it doesn't fucking matter to me. What the fuck? Yeah, foundational black Americans movement, stuff like that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Also, there's hella black people at the fucking ICE protest. What are we talking about? So who cares about people who are chirping online? Yeah, I know. Every race has people who are right-wing and hogs. Governor Andrew Cuomo, I don't like the way you've been speaking about me. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. The governor is here. Please don't arrest me, sir. I'll give you another example. Like, there's the common meta of being like, black people are homophobic. Black people are misogynistic. Like, all of that stuff is poison for solidarity. Right? I don't entertain these fucking idiotic takes. Hyper focus on any individual group is idiotic. Ironically enough, that's how I started talking about this as well. Saying that this kind of like hyper individualistic sentiment is commonplace in every group in America. That's why I said, like, you know, black people don't have a magical way of avoiding said American entitlement and American individualism. Like, it works in every community. Hasan, I'm begging you to please stop hand waving anti-blackness. It's not solidarity if you're not willing to understand why a group feels the way that they do. You are never going to be able to explain to me, and you are never going to be able to craft a narrative here that is going to penetrate anyone's collective consciousness by saying, standpoint theory time, excuse me as a black person, I'm not going to fucking speak up about the federal government ripping innocent families apart on the basis of their migration status. That is fucking psychotic. I don't give a fuck. You are a stupid fucking liberal if you think that that is an argument that will work here. What the fuck are you saying? Yo, I do think, I'm sorry, but this is like, this kind of attitude I don't like speaking out against so much, because it often, if they don't want to hear Hasan say it, I'll say it. That shatter is stupid. No, the thing is, the reason why I don't talk about this too frequently is because, like, that does get a lot of mileage outside of this community, and people will clip that and be like, Hasan is demonstrating anti-blackness, right? And they will rob it of its context and its nuance, where I'm literally saying, like, a lot of this is just noise online. If you go out in the real world, like I said, there's a fuck ton of black people at these protests. Like, it's ridiculous, right? But the idea that, like, if someone is like, I'm going to say something stupid, but also I'm going to couch it in standpoint epistemology about my blackness, if you think that I'm going to entertain that, you're insane. I'm sorry. There are valid instances, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and you know, white-splain what it's like to be persecuted by the police and be routinely a victim of systemic racism as a black American. I don't know what that's like, right? I can only show empathy and demonstrate solidarity, but that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm talking about something entirely different. Yes, there are black Latinos as well, I know, but that's not the point. Yeah, Vic Mensa. Why should black people care about ICE? Solidarity is strength. Common enemy, common goal. Vic Mensa's been popping off. Friend of the show.
The same oppressor that exploits the African abuses the Latino. And please believe if they could figure out how to deport niggas, they've been trying since the Emancipation Proclamation. The same enemy has used these same methods to divide, devalue, and destroy.
We've been the head of almost every civil rights movement in this country, and when it other people turn to come out for us, it doesn't happen. That's not true. That's literally not true. What are you talking about? The idea, first of all, especially in this community, you're out of your fucking mind. Secondly, that's not true. What the fuck? You can say that an endless amount of support in Black Lives Matter, as a massive, almost universal movement, amounted to nothing because anti-blackness is baked into the core of American governance, and that's true. Okay, but to say that people don't fucking show up for us is ridiculous. Is fucking ridiculous. You're being a fucking rad lib, but you're couching it with standpoint epistemology in terms of like, you know, as a black person, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with other groups of solidarity. Okay, well then no one, like, that kind of wrecker behavior is exactly what I try to stamp out with regular fucking frequency. Don't do that. It is entirely unproductive. What the fuck? God damn. Everything we see this minority side with white supremacy get on over on us, and some of us are just done. Okay, be done with it then. Good luck. Like, what kind of stupid shit is this? Even if it was, I wouldn't care. I fight for all. Exactly. That's the other side of this. Even if it was, I wouldn't care. I fight for all oppressed people whenever, wherever, get every zero chatter. This is literally the same fucking shit that annoying ass Zionists say, bro. Obviously, the financial circumstances or living standards and a victimhood of systematic oppression is not the same between, like, you know, contemporary society, American Jews and black people right now. But even then, it's the same kind of like transactional activism that we heard from people being like, well, we showed up to Black Lives Matter. Why won't the blacks show up for us when we want to do ethnic cleansing? We want to do genocide is fucking crazy. Okay. Solidarity is not transactional. What is this fucking argument? Oh, well, do Palestinians love gay people? Do they love trans people? Otherwise, you know, I don't know if I'm on board with, otherwise, I don't know if I'm on board with whether or not they deserve being ethnically cleansed. Is a psychotic assessment, which no one makes, by the way. So why the fuck do you think that's like an appropriate response to make in this circumstance? No one is free until everyone is free. My girlfriend is Afro-Latina. I have Palestinian friends. These are all my people. I won't entertain anything else. Yeah. Hold on. I got to fucking... God damn it. I got to sign a package.
Common goal. The same corporations that run the ICE detention centers run the state and federal prisons, where our people are doing slave labor for 13 cents an hour. Those same corporations abduct and hold Palestinians in Israel. And not only are the same riot police deployed against blacks and Latinos, they receive training, information, and technology from the IOF. Historically, we were snatched from the shores of Africa and brought to Central and South America. Don't be fooled into believing this struggle is not ours. They come for you in the night, they'll come for me in the morning. So shit, inshallah, the Latinos in Los Angeles County really unify because there's 4.5 million of them. 2,000 National Guard. What they gonna do with 5 million people?
Hasanabi auntie, black auntie here. You are 100% right. The only reason I'm not going is because I'm old and can't run fast. Black people are always a target. Did you see how they treated black CNN reporter? Exactly. That's the other side of the story, is that the same forces that are doing this to fucking Latino people right now, who you don't know if they fucking are anti-black or not. But even if they are fucking anti-black, who gives a shit? What do you mean? Like, what the fuck? horrified by this ethno-narcissism emerging among a very specific class of racial liberals, very reminiscent of Foam Blows Up Lamau. Yeah, black people have to reckon with anti-blackness being pervasive throughout all cultures, white and POC alike. Our humanity and empathy not wanting to see people, our humanity and empathy and not wanting to see people done how we've been done, then being called upon like guard dogs from people who don't only answer our calls to justice but are on the phone with our enemies. So it's kind of fuck y'all till y'all figure it out. Is black and brown pride today, and I'm a N-word tomorrow. All risk, no reward. What is happening? This is like I think there is something really interesting about this coming from like black accounts in general, because I thought that like especially black people, given their historic struggle in America, are aware that like they do this to fucking Latinos. They're already doing it to black people, and they're not going to stop doing it to black people. There's no like, what the fuck? God damn, I fucking hate Id Paul so much. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I think this is just like mostly incredibly online people. It's frustrating bred from the elite black capitalist class and weaponized and internalized by working class black people. I guess so. What? Black people are understandably low trust. Our leaders are all murdered on U.S. soil. Also, you had ID reductionism, not Id Paul. People are posting like this.
Castro's in for the surprise of his life when he tries signing something with my poison pen. Well, what have Palestinians done for the Black Lives Matter movement?
Castro is one of my favorite accounts. The issue is that everyone expects black people to risk their lives first for everything that goes wrong in America. Bro, okay, I don't care. Black people can sit this one out, okay? I have ordained it. Okay, sit this one out, guys. It's all good, you know? What the fuck? Maybe it'll go away, okay? What the fuck is this argument? It's not like, I don't even think like, what do you call it? Are people making demands that black people show up in force or some shit? Like, I don't even think that's going on. You know what I mean? Is that even a thing? Is that what's going on? Like, who is this responding to? This is just like out of nowhere, okay? What the fuck? It's just, it's utterly irrelevant. Normal people do not operate like this, okay? Brother, this is what we've been seeing throughout black discourse. It's so tiring. God damn it, dude. Fucking shade room adjacent accounts have been a cancer. It's crazy. It turns out like the necessity for crack cocaine, all of that has gone away. It's just social media is enough. You know what I mean? That's all it was. Did they forget once they're done with us, they'll come for you next? First of all, they haven't been done with black people. That's why it's so crazy. Like, it's not like the government's like, hey, you know, we'll come for you after this. They never stopped coming after black people. So what the fuck? That's why I'm always like, what do you mean you're done? Like, I'm sorry. When black people say this, they sound like white people, okay? But they're not. Anti-blackness is foundational in American society. So you can say that online, but you're still black in the eyes of a fucking cop or an ICE agent. You know what I mean? It's so weird. What the fuck? What do you mean? Like, okay, you know, Latino people didn't vote for Kamala Harris or say the N-word is fucked up. I know. Oh, what are we supposed to do? Let him fucking die? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't, I don't know. It like literally doesn't make sense. As a black man, it hurts me to see others in my community say this because it perpetuates the stereotype that black people are cheap and only do something if it will benefit them, that are transactional, i.e. black people don't tip, complain. Okay, those are just like racist stereotypes that fucking white supremacists are going to believe regardless. I don't think that leans into that, to be fair. I don't agree with that. As a black person, I understand people being exhausted. My activism is not transactional. Yes, there's anti-blackness in many communities, which is very real, and that doesn't mean I'm not going to show up for folks. Yeah, I don't know. I like the notion, the notion that the notion that like voting for Kamala Harris was even going to erode like foundational anti-blackness in American society is also ridiculous. Like, if that were to have happened, it would have happened with Obama, and it fucking did not happen with Obama, you know? It's like a surprisingly libbed up take. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck decided Kamala was the final straw. Is so funny. I didn't know there were so many of the black people in your chat, but happy to see us all come out against these reactionary narratives within our own community. I mean, it's all good. I don't like talking about this sort of stuff because, like I said, one, it invites unjust criticism to a minority population that is at the heart of so many core bigotries in this country. Like, it always loops back around to fuck black people under every single circumstance, even amongst leftist liberal groups. If you are still overwhelmingly white, as this community is, there is still going to be a lot of that nascent, unresolved white supremacist thoughts, or not white, I wouldn't say white supremacist, but like kind of racist thoughts that then cause people to go, oh, well, you know, I guess fuck black people then, you know? And I think it's inappropriate, which is why I oftentimes will be very delicate and careful when opening up the door and peeking into black people's business, knowing full well that people might learn the wrong lessons from this conversation. But once again, I have to repeat this. The internet is not real life. The internet is not real life, okay? Yeah, it's not white supremacist, but it's anti-black. Don't be afraid on this issue. No, I'm not. I'm still gonna fucking, you know, criticize stuff that I see, especially if it doesn't pass the smell test. And this certainly doesn't. But at least in my experience, what I've seen in the real world, like it's not reflective. It just smells like a fucking psyop, which is, once again, I think, a very common experience among like white people and every other population in this country, that people who are most susceptible to psyops like this are often people who are already understandably skeptical of the government. It's the same principle behind like all these like QAnon guys loving Donald Trump. Okay? It's the same energy of like applying constant scrutiny to every government narrative that then ultimately, if left rudderless and left directionless, will lead you down this very weird misinformation spiral where you end up arriving at like, let's just say, outside of the box conspiratorial thinking. But yeah, ultimately, solidarity above all else. You know? You're just not realizing that foundational Black Americans, FBA Americans, isn't the same as Pan-Africanism? No, I do understand that. What? The FBA movement, or initially I think it was like ADOS, is, yes, in opposition to Pan-Africanism. Isn't that what it is? Are you saying that that's a good thing? Because I don't think that's a good thing. Yeah. I know. It's the opposite, which is part of the reason why I think it's a reactionary movement. Anyway. But look, ultimately, it turns into the same liberal permission structure that sometimes the Black academic class, by way of outlets like The Root, offer white liberals to say racist things about Black people. Like the articles that they write sometimes about how, like, you know, there's a real deep-rooted problem of misogyny and homophobia in the Black community. It's like, it goes back to the same exact ways of saying Black people are uneducated and violent and angry and aggressive and bigoted, but in a woke way, right? Like, that's what it is. That's why I don't hyper focus on any community like this, unless we're talking about white people, which is, of course, the in group, the dominant power. Also, because they're my people, you know what I mean? The children of Yaqub. Yeah. There's misogyny and homophobia in every community. Exactly. That's always my point. Whenever people fucking hyper focus on Black people to talk about like how, oh, they're misogynistic or homophobic or whatever, what are white people then? And it's this, and you can literally, you can go back in time to that minor blip in the polls that showed like Black men are voting for Donald Trump in alarming numbers. And then there was like a week-long discourse where white Hillary Clinton voters would go on television to talk about how fucking dangerous and violent Black men were. You know, it was fucking ridiculous. And as I said then, it was fucking stupid. Especially if you're a white woman. Like, what the fuck do you mean Black men are being misogynistic and that's why they don't want to vote for Kamala? You're a white woman. 52% vote for Donald Trump every fucking election cycle, you know? And then they rolled out Barack Obama to do a unk talk. Yep, and pussy too. Black men. Seems like some of y'all don't want to be nice to the ladies. And it's like, the fuck, dude? What are you saying? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, hyper focusing on Black people because they went from like what? 8% support of 8% support for fucking Donald Trump to like 10% support. Wow. Wow, this is a real game changer. We really got to hyper focus on Black people. It's fucking stupid. You know? Anyway. Yeah, Black men are the #1 male progressive voting bloc. These takes about Black men not voting Dem enough is completely dumb. We either vote Dem or we just don't vote. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying all of it smells like a psyop, like wrecker behavior instilled from like a lot of reactionary right-wing content mills. Does a Benson Boone side flip and lands on a kid? If you ever want to call a white guy or get our perspective, you know my Discord. Thanks, M Hood. Will you be going to any No Kings protests? Yes, I will. I will. But yeah, it sometimes makes me feel like I'm fucking losing my mind a little bit when I see stuff like that. When I see takes like that, I'm like, ugh, gross. Fucking gross. You know what I mean? All right. I'm not going tonight. No, I'm too tired. I'm going to end it here. It's not 4 hours and 30 minutes, by the way. I've been live since 11, for the record. It just cut off halfway through. But I'll be live tomorrow. It's not a fucking half day. I don't want to hear from you clowns. Anyway, love you guys. I'm gonna go hang out with my family and decompress and unwind. And we'll see how events unfold tomorrow. All right, peace, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.